say that I'm in alignment with what you all are speaking to, and my kids go to a predominantly Hispanic. Well, they did. I pulled them out because of the bias,
Mm.
and even our own people treating them biased, which is crazy work. So I'm just, I just popped in to stand in alignment with you all. Thanks for allowing me to grace the stage.
Okay, sis, I want to ask you a question because you said you see it. It's something that you see every day. It's something that's prevalent where you are. So how is that black and Hispanic beef perpetuated? I know you mentioned the thing with your kids at school, but
Hmm.
what else do you see, and what do you think that divide is coming from with our people?
Them
What?
not knowing that they are, like, some of them not knowing that they're a part of us, and them like standing in alignment with white people, and trying to perpetuate like that racism, like, trying to put us at the bottom of the totem pole. But if it wasn't for a lot of us coming here first and kind of like paving the way, um they probably wouldn't be able to have access to the things that they have. So it's interesting. They come here, and then they're allowed to stay and speak their own language. They don't have to adapt. Most of the kids in my children's school, a lot of them don't even speak English, and they just cater to that. They don't make them learn English. When they did the graduation of the day, it was in English and Spanish. They had to stop every 2 seconds just to say it in Spanish. Whereas when we came over here, we were forced to speak the language and know the language. That perpetuates like feeling. It gives me like, and even though I'm understanding that they're a part of us as well. So that is I probably have my biases and my issues. So for me, it makes me feel some sort of way, like, wow, like we had to adapt, and they're just given like this red carpet. And I believe they get a lot of money for immigrant children, so they cater to them as well in the school system. So yeah, I yield there.
Okay, you said a lot.
I
You
know.
said no, like it was good though. Like you're on point with a lot of
Appreciate
things
it.
you said. So, I'm gonna deal with that. I want to hear Sis Lizette. What's your thoughts on what Sis Lauren just said? That experience is like, um, as far as the energy that Hispanics give off in 2025, and how that plays a part in the beef between blacks and Hispanics.
Shalom, más altísimo Cristo te bendiga, most high in Christ bless.
Sí, sí, claro. Más alto y Cristo te bendiga.
All praise to the Most
Okay, I
High. I
see you.
can speak on this. Forgive me.
One more time, sis.
Uh, no, I'm sorry. I thought I heard one of the governors speaking. So anyway, I can speak about this because me being Ephraim, I married Judah, and my children are Judah. And I was raised around Judah as well. And once I did get married, I did have the sense of, them being upset or jealous about, me. Whereas even his side of the family, they knew that I came from good stock, but they still kept their distance from me. And, that's okay because my dad taught me about being strong, with people's opinions as far as respect. So I can understand, and this is why I guess I wrote in the chat the jealousy and the vexation, because that's stated in the Bible, and it's very true. But me, myself, and I've always had a way of speaking with people, showing empathy, But I did come across, and I still do to this day, where I'm not accepted. And whereas reading the Bible, I realized that, I'm going to have a battle, not only outside, but within, because I'm Latina. So that's my thoughts on the topic. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Most High in Christ bless.
I have a question for her, if you don't mind me.
Hmm.
Okay.
What's your question, sis?
Hmm.
No, it's not confrontational, because the crazy thing is I have, like, my great grandparents are Jamaican and Cuban. So the crazy thing is I have that inheritance as well. And I'm just curious, what is the conversation that you have with other people amongst you so that we can further crush this division instead of perpetuating it even further?
I have no idea. You would have to let me know what it is that bothers you about me, because like I said, I married Judah. So, and very much I gave him my virginity. So it was very much love. But I found a lot of issues from his side of the family. And, some females, mind you, I had friends that were Black, Chinese, Italian, all different races until, I woke up. But it was not I who had the issue. It was someone else that had it with me. So I can't answer that. I wish I could answer so we can resolve this because I'd like to go home. It's a bigger
Right.
picture.
Hey, sis, we're gonna get a scripture on that real quick. I'm gonna show y'all where these things come from. Just surface level.
Hey,
Who's
shalom to
reading?
you.
Shalom, shalom, Jud. Ibuka, we got a reader?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Solomon
sir.
do.
Shalom.
Okay, shalom, shalom. Hey, Solomon, get Psalms chapter 2. Psalms chapter 2, start at verse 1.
Yes, sir. The book of Psalms, chapter 2 and verse 1. Why do the heathen rage and the people imagine a vain thing?
So the heathen that rage is obviously the other nations. They rage in their plots and their plans against us as a nation of people, the Israelites. All right, it says, and the people what?
And the people imagine a vain thing.
But ironically enough, there are people of our own that fall into them same perpetuations upon each other. All right, they imagine those same vain things and think that they are just as the heathen. Keep reading.
The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and against his anointed, saying,
Okay, so the Bible says the kings of the earth and the rulers, they take a counsel. Meaning what's about to come up is going to be something that they decided to do after deep discussion, after think tanks, after putting billions of dollars out to fund whatever this enterprise is. They're going to make sure that it happens. And let's see what the kings and the rulers decided to do as their first line of business. Read on.
saying, Let us break their bands asunder.
Let us do what?
Break their bands asunder.
So, Sis Lauren, what do bands do? If you're gonna ban something, BAND,
It holds things together.
holds things together. So if the kings and the rulers want to break something apart, or that sound like that's division, that's disunity, that's confusion. That's what they did between the northern and southern kingdom of Israel. They made sure to break our bands asunder. Now, what are some ways? Matter of fact, finish that scripture out first.
And cast away their cords from us.
They cast away their cords from us. That unity, that strength, and that power that we had when we were together, they wanted to make sure that they took that away. Now, I'm going to get one more scripture on that. Get Revelation. Get Revelation. I believe it's chapter 10. Let me look at it. Maybe chapter 11, where it says, yeah, Revelation 11 in verse 10.
The book of Revelation, chapter 11 and verse 10. And they that dwell upon the earth shall rejoice over them and make merry, and shall send gifts one to another, because these two prophets tormented them that dwell on the earth.
The last thing the heathen and the nations want is for the so-called blacks, Hispanics, Native American Indians, who are the northern and southern kingdom of Israel, to be in power, to have unity, to have strength. That's the last thing they want. So they ensured that they broke our bands asunder. Now, when they, even during this discussion, you can still hear undertones. Believe it or not, sis, even with y'all knowing the truth, the undertone is still there. And we still see it. It's not on purpose. It could be subconscious. It could be whatever. But it's still there. Why? Because the other nations put billions of dollars into making sure these thoughts and sentiments that we have about each other, they're ingrained. I don't know if you heard of the Willie Lynch letter before, but he said except some phenomenon should occur, These people will never wake up. They'll never recover themselves. Is it not? And look at it like this: they ensured that the other side of our people would speak a different language. They ensured that they would be in different parts of the world. They ensured they would have different customs. They have different traditions. And now here it is: we come into the truth and we learn who we are, and that we're actually the same, and that all of this goes together. Everybody's confused. Wait, y'all said blacks and Hispanics? Even when we'll be out teaching and we'll be like, we got to stick together. We got to do this. We got to do that. The first thing the Negro would say is, yeah, because them Hispanics be sticking together. We need to be, wait, you know they're the same as us, right? So if they're not sticking together with us and we're not sticking together with them, we're still losing. But we got that divide that if them bands were broken, we're not seeing it that way. And that's why you see there's certain things going on in our communities, like what you said with your kids, and even more, even further. So we're seeing just a glimpse of where the problem comes from. Just a glimpse. You get what I'm saying, Lauren? Just to answer your question for Lizette.
I was gonna also say this to Lizette. When I came into the truth and I understand that Israelite men always married other nations, it 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 did something to my soul. I think the vexing is us, quote unquote, black women, women from Judah or other different tribes, seeing that some black men seem to really like we're thinking that they're other people, but they're really our people. So now I don't get upset about it, because it's like, oh, they're one of us. Now if it's a whole nother heathen nation, then that's a whole totally different thing, but if they want to do that, that's on them. But I don't get so upset anymore. I think I don't really have the jealousy thing in far as that is concerned, but my issue is how you all treat us, like how white people try to treat us. That's what my issue is. So um it's almost like you kind of have your noses up. And like he said, it's even underlining in the conversation that we're having now. But I'm a yell.
Right, sis, look at it like this. You using words like you all. That's part of where the problem comes in at. Because we're looking at it like, oh, Hispanics do this, Hispanics do that. That's the same thing. That's part of the problem. That's the same thing nations do to us. Black women are loud. Black women are ratchet. Wait, how'd that 100 pop up? Did I do that? All praises. But yeah, so these are the type of things that still gender beef between the two, blacks and Hispanics. You see what I'm saying? Okay. Uh-oh. Jeremiah Yasharala. It's too early. I don't
Hey,
see how they who's that?
hey,
Oh, go
Jonas.
ahead, Jer. Yes, sir.
Black people do the same thing to black people when it comes to that.
Right.
Light skinned black people, dark skinned black people, we do the same thing.
Damn.
You know,
100%.
it's not a Hispanic thing. Hispanics, all they got to do is just copy after what we do. It's black people that treat black people like how white people treat us. You know, I mean, it's dark midnight purple black people that do the same thing. Look at Clarence Thomas. I mean, it's black people are the worst when it comes to treating how you treat black people. Like we set the standard of the evil when it comes to how we treat ourselves, and everybody else just. I mean, if I was white and I saw how black people treated black people, I wouldn't trust black people either. I'd be like, they
Sheesh.
move out of their own neighborhood. They don't.
Can I chime in on this?
They don't. Yeah, give me 1 second, brother. They don't support their own colleges. Um, they they don't back each other. You know, white people are gonna back each other. They could be 3,000% wrong. They gonna back each other. Like Rodney King, hey, white people, they like, hey, he was on drugs. You know, well, sometimes people get out of handcuffs. You gotta beat them. You know, so I mean, just look at how we treat each other. We can't expect anybody else to treat us better than we treat ourselves, and that's just, I mean, I mean that's where you put it at. I mean, that's how I look at it. You know, I see how Hispanics treat one another. You know, and then even with Hispanics or Latino or whatever you want to call it, I don't know what's PC right now. You know, I had a buddy he was he was Hispanic or he was Mexican. He didn't like illegal Mexicans, Mexicans that wasn't legal, Mexicans that didn't speak English. He didn't like them. He was married to a white woman, and I mean, he looked at them like they was trash. I mean, he would say stuff, and it kind of weirded me out. I used to be like, man, how he think about me? So it's consistent on both ends. I think, you know, I think it's a reason, just like the scripture you just read. You know, it's good to keep us against one another than divided rather than come together because if we came together, we can help. We really can help one another. You know what I'm saying? But it's not good for the status quo for Black and Hispanics to come together. So they're gonna keep pushing that agenda and not make it easy for us to come together. But we definitely can't look and say, um, Black people look at Hispanics this way, or Hispanics look at Black people this way. Where Blacks, we do each other wrong, you know, without a doubt. Without a doubt, we mess over each other more than anything. So that's just my thoughts on that. That's Joel Osteen. That's what Joel Osteen got to say for the day.
All
Ah.
praise to the Most High. No, 100%. And we know that's biblical as well. And Yoshi B, you there, sis?
Yes, I'm here. How are you?
I'm doing good. All praises. So I'm going to read a scripture real quick as this is biblical smoke, and then we'll get right to you, all right?
Okay.
Solomon, get that in Micah. My people have risen up. You know what I'm talking about?
I'll find it.
Yes, sir. Get that in Micah real quick because, like Joe was saying, it's 100% true. The problem is, even just amongst quote unquote African Americans, or the new term they got now, foundational Black Americans, there's hatred and divide all up and through the color spectrum there. Brothers and sisters is fighting over who's dark skin and who's brown skin, who's light skin, who's whatever. But we the same nation, we fit the same curses, but it just show you that the mental destruction that is taking place in our spirits. You got that, bro?
Micah
Solomon?
2
Rising
and
up
8.
as an enemy.
Micah 2 and 8.
Yeah,
Yes,
read
sir.
that.
The book of Micah, chapter 2 and verse 8. Even of late, my people is risen up as an enemy.
God's people are enemies to themselves. They're enemies to each other. They're enemies to the person that looks exactly like them. Keep reading.
Ye pull off the robe with the garment from
Hmm.
them that pass by, securely
Secure.
as men averse from war.
As men averse from war, you would think that black people are a literal military war with each other the way we treat each other in our communities. The same person that will walk by securely, you pull off the robe. What's that? The stick up kids. That's only normal in our communities. That's only normal in our neighborhoods where everybody there is in the same economic situation as you, the same food desert as you, the same lack of education and resources as you. Only in those areas do you treat each other that way. But God said that's how his people would be. So even the debate of who the Israelites are, it shouldn't even be a question anymore because God said these will be the actions of his people. So with that said though, it's not just black people, like Judge said. Hispanics do the same thing. For where he go, Yasharala. Some Yasharala in the comments that makes no sense because Hispanics go through this. They do the same thing one with another. Just 2 days ago, we are in the Hispanic, quote unquote Hispanic community, because God calls them Northern Kingdom. And the same amount of gunshots was going off. Well, there go the gunshots. So that's Northern Kingdom right over there. So it's no difference. But Yoshi B, I want to hear your thoughts on the topic. Black and Hispanic beef is biblical. Proof and solution. Go ahead, Yoshi. I know you've been waiting patiently. Shalom, sis. What's going on?
Shalom, shalom, and shalom to the room, Biblical Smoke. I pray that everybody is well.
The real biblical smoke. I'm glad you said that because there definitely some fake biblical smokes, and they in here listening right now trying to figure out
It's a
what they
bunch of
talking.
them, bro.
Right.
It's a I was like, dang, how many biblical smokes they got now?
I added them all. This is my new page, but I was on Clubhouse before, and I think Brother Corey, I'm not sure if he's in here now. I'm not sure if he's a part of Biblical Smoke, but I had conversations with him and a few other brothers before.
Yeah, I don't know who Corey is.
I'm not sure.
This is that's a new one. So what in the other rooms did y'all talk about this? What's your thoughts on the topic?
So for me, I believe that when you know who you are, and you as a black man, we have been so degraded as far as when I'm speaking to the men, not knowing who they are in the present, that they don't know the value of themselves, and dealing with back what Sister Lauren had said about the brothers, dating outside of their race, or from those from strange lands, or however you would say that. Uh, I would say that, they're doing that because they want to be valued, because they don't know the value of themselves. And they think that if they get with a white woman, Caucasian woman, that, their value would go up as a man, not knowing that they're still abiding to the master of the slave man. And so I would just, highly suggest women encourage the black man and uplift them, because we have so much power to bring them into themselves if we really work on who we are as our roles as women, to pour into the black man. That's more importantly, that's a must. That's something that us women, we have a role, we have a job to do, and that has a big role as far as even black and brown coming together, um, letting them us giving them the reminder of who they are, has a lot to do with that.
Okay, sis. So you said something heavy, but my question is, when you say for black women to pour into black men, you're including Hispanic men in that as well, right?
Absolutely, all indigenous individuals.
All praise to the Most High. All praises. Well, yes, sis. We're gonna come back around to you. You definitely made an excellent point, and that is 100% pivotal in order for us to rise as a nation of people. The men and the women must be on the same page amongst blacks and Hispanics for it to work and to end the beef that we know to be true. All right, so all praise to the Most High for that thing. Willie Yah, I know you've been waiting. I know you was ready.
Man, been patiently waiting, baby. Been
Yes, sir.
patiently waiting.
Yes, sir.
All praises to the Most High,
Hey,
man.
Willie Yah, this your first time in the room, or you been in here
No,
before?
no, this is I'm the guy that was on here before, where I was talking about where my mother had killed my father and tried to kill me for insurance money.
Okay. Okay. What's
Mm.
your? Yeah,
So
go
I
ahead.
have a different perspective on this, man. I live in downtown LA. Uh,
Okay, go ahead.
uh, there is no there is no there is no comparison to the dislike that comes from them towards us. It doesn't come back. It doesn't. So, I was actually writing an article. Why is the burden of forgiveness always held on the victim and not the perpetrator? Right. So it's kind of like, for me, when I'm listening to this stuff, I'm getting aggravated, because I'm like, wait a minute. Why is it still on me to change myself for you to treat me better? Right. Why is the idea, excuse me, my voice gets dry. But why is the idea of me having, for you to improve, I got to improve first before you decide to improve yourself, even though you're the wrongdoer, and then you're doing it, and then now I'm the person that has to fix me so you can decide to fix yourself. So that bothers me. And then now I can get into this point of spiritual knowledge, and now I can be above all, and now I need to teach them when somebody's not open to learn. When they look down on me, how can I teach somebody that looks down on me? The same way I can't teach someone that's not open to learn from me, right? So, sorry, my voice is tweaking. So for me, it's like, no, I watch them dislike us. I watch them go out their way to sabotage us. I watch them go and fall on their own sword to make sure that we don't get further. I watched it. And I didn't have that feeling until I moved out to Los Angeles, right? Until I just watched it for myself. And I watched it on corporate scales, where I was working at a car dealership selling cars, and they made sure that their guys had the biggest car deals, or would make sure that they would lose a car deal to make sure I didn't get a car deal. So it can't just be behavioral. It's just not that. It's just not behavioral. It's an actual problem, And I'm tired of seeing the fact that every time there's a problem that somebody else does towards me or towards us, that we're the ones that need to improve instead of letting them have the behavior that needs to go up and work for it. So it's like I watched that and I'm like, no, I've had enough of hearing it. Where it's like, wait a minute. No, why am I taking accountability for the way somebody feels about me? That's not my fault. And if I'm just walking down the street, doesn't matter if my pants are sagging or not, I'm representing myself. Why do that? Because this is a fashion city. So you can sag out here and nobody's gonna look at you like you just like you cooning or something like that. But it's like, wait a minute. No, I don't want to be responsible for the way you feel about me. Nor do I want to feel like that you have every right to be racist towards me because I'm not doing something that you think is adequate to represent my race. That is not my problem. Right? So for me, it's like, wait a minute. When is that cycle going to end? Because that was when I'm listening before. When is that cycle going to end that we're continuously being over responsible for other people's actions towards us? That we always kick it back and say, hey, we got to look at ourselves and reflect on ourselves on what they're doing to us instead of saying, hey, wait a minute. I didn't ask them to do this. This is not some vision board esoteric stuff. Because if that stuff worked the way they said it would, they'd be dead and we'd be rich. You know what I'm saying? So no, this is genocide. Positive thinking didn't get here. It was genocide. This is the stuff that got us here. So why is this? Why is this the stuff that we have to take responsibility for and continuously elevate ourselves against a group of people? And I never really felt that anger until I saw a little bit of satisfaction seeing people being deported. Because I'm like, man, these are supposed to be our brothers, and they mistreat us on a regular basis with the expectation for us to improve so we can be likable or respectable to them. So that's just my opinion.
Yeah, that opinion crazy if you ask me. I mean, just to be honest, uh, I you you may ask like Haitians, why Haitians and black people in Florida got an issue? Like because you got the Pound, that they they war against black people, and you had to ask yourself, well, why? Like, what's the issue? The issue is because black people used to beat the hell out of Haitian kids and tease them and throw them in the water, and then they decided, I'm done with this. I'm done with this. We about to fight, and that's what they did. I mean, um, I'm not from the West, but all my encounters with Hispanics,
Well,
they
then
they
that's kind of
cool.
the thing. I'm from
They
the
cool.
Midwest.
They cool as hell. All my
Yeah, so that's the difference. I'm
but you
from the
got but
Midwest.
you got
Hey, hold
gang
up.
culture. You got gang culture out there. You
Right,
know,
that's what I'm saying. So that's
so
the
so
difference.
you
So
got
it's
Willie
not
black
y'all,
easy. It's
people.
Willie
not
y'all,
easy to
Willie
come to
You
y'all,
that
got
Willie
conclusion.
y'all, Willie y'all, Willie y'all, wait.
you got
My
black
bad. My bad. Go
people.
ahead.
You got black people killing black people all day in the gang culture. You know, but a lot of that issue out on the West Coast is gang culture, and that I mean, you right next to their country. I mean, that's where they
Right.
live. That's their country. That used to be Mexico. You got like same thing dealing in Texas. Now, when I lived in Texas, hey, my plug was Hispanic, and he was cool as hell. I
Right.
mean, shoot, I mean, I had no issues. I walk in the house like it's training day. Mexicans with tats on their head, face, and everything, cool as hell. So I mean, what's going on in the West Coast? I don't know what y'all got going on over there. Like
So what I'm
I,
saying is,
I'm
it's
just
a whole different
it's
ballgame.
it's gang culture. You're
Well, I don't
looking
know
at
what it like. I no,
it is.
I don't think every person.
It's gang culture.
I don't think every person that's disliked me here is a part of a gang. I've seen
Well,
older women act like that.
well,
I've
I
seen younger
mean,
kids act like that. So no, I wouldn't. That's not the truth.
it's gang
It's a
culture.
generality,
It's a
and if you say that, then you can base the fact on the
it's gang
closer you get.
culture. It's definitely
Well, no,
gang
then no,
culture
it's
because
not
it's not like
because
that
it's
where
dismissive,
it ain't
right? So
like
if you
that.
saying, so you said like what?
Brother, first of all, brother, I didn't cut you off. I let you finish. I let you get out what you had to say. I let you say it and finish out. So just relax. It's too many emotions in this. Um, it's gang culture. That's what it is out there. Cause it ain't like that nowhere else. You got certain places where it's like that between blacks and Hispanics, where it's hardcore, and you find gangs there. Like Chicago. It's like that in Chicago. It's got a lot of gangs in Chicago. It's like that out west. Got a lot of gangs out there. It ain't like that in Texas. Texas, it ain't like that. It's a lot of Mexicans in Texas, It's not like that. I'm born and raised in Louisiana. I lived in Tennessee. I done lived in Houston. I lived in Memphis. Now I live in Alabama. All the Hispanics I run into, they cool as hell. I mean, I done got major hookups when I lived in Texas. They cool, but at the end of the day, we do have to take responsibility for how we are as a people. I mean, we have to take responsibility. I can't make somebody treat me better than I treat myself. I just can't do it. You know, I can't. And it's just like with white people. You know, white people may look at us and go like, they look at us and they'll be like, well, I'm scared of them. This is the reason why I listen to their music. This is what they talking about. This how they treat their women. This how they treat their own brothers. So I'm gonna stay at a distance. You can't blame them for one for being like that. You go to other countries, the way you go to Africa and places like that, and they know you're an American black person, it's already a stigma. And it's not like a made up stigma. It's not like the things that they see on YouTube and rap videos and World Star is not real black people doing real black people stuff. That's what we do and that's who we are. And for the most part, most of us don't stand up against it nor try to correct it. And the people that do try to correct it, we go Bill Cosby when he tried to correct it, we hated him for it. Monique wanted to correct it, we hated her for it. When you try and talk about black issues and you try and correct it, it's black people that's coming against you more than anybody else. Shoot, we try and tell people Jesus is black. Black people will fight you. So I mean, we can look at Hispanics and say, this they treat us like this, which I ain't never dealt with that. But if that's a West Coast thing, I think it's gang culture. But if that's a West Coast thing, it's a West Coast thing. I ain't never deal with that, but I ain't live everywhere either, so I can't call it. But I'm just saying we can't expect somebody to treat us better than we treat ourselves, and that's just where I stand on it.
So is it fair to say that we can't expect people to treat us better than we treat ourselves, but can we expect people to treat us as well as they treat themselves?
No,
No?
no.
Okay.
Why would you treat somebody better than you treat your as well as you treat your
Or as
family? You're gonna
good,
treat
or as
your
good,
you
or as
you're
respectful.
gonna
All
treat
right,
your
so
family.
that's fine. That's what I'm asking.
You're gonna treat your family better. You know what I'm saying? When black people used to come in my store, I always gave them discounts. I hooked them up whether I knew them or not. I took care of black people
Got
in the
you.
store that I walked in. That's what we should do. We shouldn't look. Chinese people should take care of Chinese people. It should be an automatic.
That
Japanese
that that was
people should take care of Japanese people, right?
that wasn't
Italians.
that wasn't my point. That
So,
wasn't my point. It was just
yeah.
that wasn't my point.
The issue
So
is black people don't take care of black people.
no,
That's
the
the
issue
issue.
is that the issue is the reason that that there's a divide is because we're taking responsibility for somebody else's behavior.
I don't see how I'm
And
taking
then wait,
responsibility for
yes,
somebody
we're
else's
absolutely.
behavior.
What else is there? So because
Why?
and then
If I say we should act better towards each other,
can I speak now?
I'm just trying to figure it out. If I'm saying we should act better
Can I
towards each
speak
other,
now? Can I
how is
speak?
it?
May I speak now?
Nah, you can wait, brother. How is it me saying that we should treat each other at us, the standard that we want other people to treat us? How's this taking responsibility for how other people treat us?
You have to say that again.
How are we taking responsibility for how other people treat us? I don't get what you're saying.
You don't get what I'm saying. Okay, so this is how we're taking responsibility how someone else is treating us. It's because because we are saying we need to improve ourselves to be treated better by someone else when they choose to treat us in the way that they choose to treat us. And then that's the case in point. So then the point of me saying is I'm just passionate. I'm not emotional
Yeah.
about this stuff, man. This
Are,
is
are
just a
we?
great conversation. I enjoy the conversation. So
Are they
please
treating
take
us
my
a type of
passion and
way?
don't take it personal.
Yeah.
This
Are
is
we?
how I normally speak.
I don't take it personal. Are you
No, I'm
treating
just
us?
saying to the people in the chat, man. This
Well,
is
don't
not.
worry
I'm
about
not.
the
I'm not
chat.
over here
Don't worry
about to
about the
cry,
chat.
man. You know what I'm
The
saying? So
chat.
it's not.
The chat
Huh?
is the chat. You want to know who in the
Okay.
chat? It could be white people in the chat. So what I'm
Got you.
saying
So
is that are they treating
I
us
love
a
having
certain
conversations
type
with
of
my
way
brothers.
because of a false pretense, or that's because that's how we are?
Pardon me?
Like, is it a false pretense, or that's how we are as a people?
I don't understand your question. What is the question?
Well,
What is it?
or do Hispanics treat black people a certain type of way because of a made up that we do certain things? Is it like something made up, or are we these people?
I so again, that's my, well, I would say yes to both. I would say absolutely yes to both. And the reason I would say yes to both is because they choose to do it and they choose not to do it.
Well, what's wrong with us fixing ourselves no matter how they treat us?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. My point is that if why are we holding ourselves responsible when they say that when they're saying that we're the problem, is, well, let me rephrase that. When we're saying we're the problem and then they're saying that we're the problem, and then we fix ourselves and then it's still a problem.
We
There's
say
still
we
a
the
problem.
problem,
No, we don't. What do you mean?
brother. Brother, come on now. We move out of neighborhoods when a lot of black people move in neighborhoods. If you got the money, you getting out of there.
I've gone past that
Oh,
point in my life. No.
okay.
I've gone past that point in my life. I'm not way past that point.
Well, I mean, I'm not making this up.
What making what making what up?
You're
I don't
saying you're
understand.
telling me that well-off black people don't move away from not so well-off black people.
Well, you're asking me as a person in a general standard.
Yeah, I'm asking you in
Okay, yeah,
generalities.
absolutely. Yeah, that's a generic thing
So
to say.
we
Yes,
don't want to
absolutely.
live around each other. How can we hold them to a higher standard than we hold ourselves?
I don't understand how is okay. So how does this relate to saying that Hispanics mistreat black people on purpose, and that
Black
now we
people
are now? Oh,
mistreat
please,
black
may I
people.
finish? May I finish my sentence? Because you said I talked down. Now you cutting me off, right? So how is that? How does that pertain to the topic of saying that that black people are mistreated by Hispanics, and now we are not responsible for the way they treat us? We're responsible for the way we treat ourselves. So that does not give people the authority to mistreat us. And then you go into the point and saying, "Hey, that's just some nigga shit in L.A." Wait, this is the foundation of Hispanic culture. So if this place feels this way, then all people have to feel that way. Not the reverse.
Well, everybody in LA, they not the same type of Hispanic. That's one thing I learned too. You know, you got different type.
And
You
now
got different type.
you can take it to South America.
You got different type of Hispanic people.
You can
So
take that all the way to South America.
it's not the
Absolutely.
same. It's not the same. But what I will say is this.
I
Uh,
never said all. No, I'm just talking to the chat.
well, I will. This is what I will say is that people gonna treat you like they're gonna treat you. There's nothing you can do about it. I treat
I'm not
people
disagreeing with that.
I treat certain people certain ways. There's certain races that I deal with a certain way because of
What
how they are
here's what I'm saying.
in general. In
Here's what I'm
general, how
saying.
certain races are,
Let him finish.
I treat them a
All right.
certain way. So I mean, we're wanting Hispanics to treat us a certain way, but
No,
I
I want
mean,
Hispanics not to treat me as their oppressor, as they're my oppressor versus me being there. I never said I don't. The rest of the stuff I don't care about. But when there is an oppression that's added to that, and I
wow,
see it
what's
on
the
every given
oppression?
scale, every given level, I see that personally. I see that here living here,
What's the
and then this is
oppression?
then
Hispanics
oppression.
look out for Hispanics. If black people
No,
looked
they
out for black
oppress.
people,
They go out
if
of their
if
way to sabotage black people out
if
here.
black people looked out for black people the way Hispanic people looked out for
And
Hispanic
that is
people,
still our
it
fault for
it
their
it,
actions.
it would
That's
be
what the point. It is
no
still our fault for
issue.
their
It
actions.
wouldn't be an issue if we looked out
It
for
wouldn't be an issue. It
ourselves.
wouldn't be an issue if we did everything right. It wouldn't be an issue if we made sure
It wouldn't be
everybody was
an
happy.
issue.
It wouldn't be an issue.
It would
If
not
we
be an
made sure that
issue.
we did this, that's some nigga shit to the fullest level.
It
That's
wouldn't
some
be an
cool shit to
issue.
the fullest level.
It wouldn't be an issue. If black people, when they got up on their feet, they helped other black people, it wouldn't be an issue.
That doesn't make no damn sense.
All the black hustlers that live in black neighborhoods, how Mexicans come in the neighborhood and buy the neighborhood? Because the black drug dealers ain't gonna buy the houses and ain't putting people on their feet. The Mexican drug lords will do it.
What? What? Come Come on, that's ridiculous.
It's not
That's
ridiculous.
ridiculous.
You don't know who you're talking to. It's not ridiculous.
It is absolutely ridiculous. That is a ridiculous
What they do.
example. That is a ridiculous
That's
example to
what
say
they
somebody's
do.
been discriminated against.
That's exactly what they do. They help their people
That is a
out.
ridiculous example
Look,
to say. Look, because again, it
I
go.
worked in construction for at least 25 years of my life. Right? I watch what Hispanics do when they come into black neighborhoods. I
And
watch
Hispanics
what
go
they
out their
do.
way to talk down to black
They
people.
go out their
Hispanics go
way
out of their way to make
to
sure
help
that somebody
to
doesn't
help
get a
each
job.
other. They couldn't come in our communities if we didn't let them.
What? Huh? Yes, they could.
Okay.
How can they not? This is a free
Because
capital.
we would
Yes, they
own our
could.
communities. We would own our
Why is
communities.
so? Why is being misbehaved or mistreated has to be such a large scale operation for them to for them to say that they operationally mistreat us and they look
No,
down on black people individually and
they look down
holistically.
on everybody.
Okay, so now that's just you just dismissing what I'm saying. That's all you're doing is dismissing it now.
I'm not
So now it's
dismissing what you're
dismissing.
saying. I'm trying to give the solution. We can't change how somebody treat us.
No, the solution. Because so that's not my point. I'm not looking for a solution.
Well,
I'm looking for an
that's
idea
the
to
problem.
understand something broader.
You cannot
The
you no
solution, the
you
solution, you can't get to
you
that.
can't look you can't be mad at people for loving their own people more than they
Well,
love
so no,
everybody
I'm
else.
mad at black people for continuously taking the blame for other people's
It
actions
ain't no
towards
blame. We
them.
need to step our
That you
game
just
up.
literally did that.
It ain't
Well,
no
if they,
we
if we
need
just
to
did
step
our
our
we
game
need to
up.
take the blame for ourselves because if drug dealing Hispanics grow
We
up
allow it to
doing this,
happen.
we wouldn't have to need them.
We
This is
allow it to
still a free
happen.
cap. This is a capitalist society.
All right,
Anybody can build anything anywhere.
we allow it to happen.
How?
We
We can't
100%
allow. We don't
allow it
have
to
any
happen.
choice. We have no control over any resource that we have. How do we control somebody coming in or out of our own neighborhoods? We have no control of our own neighborhoods.
Cause we can buy the houses in our own neighborhood, sir.
With what?
What you
With
mean
what
with
generational
what?
wealth? We can do that now.
What do you
We
mean
couldn't
with
do that
what? We
10
can
years
do it
ago, 20 years ago.
right now in what state I'm looking at? Right now in Detroit. We could you could buy a whole neighborhood almost right now.
Listen, after the fact that everything that else that was bought by anybody that wanted to buy it, the only thing probably is left over is
Why it
is
suck?
subprime property.
Why?
Because nobody
Because it's where
wants it
black people
now. The
live at.
property that is available, nobody wants it
Because
now.
black people live there.
Because we never had anything to have it.
Because
Come
black people
on.
live there, brother. That's the reason why nobody want it. Cause don't nobody want to live around niggas.
Nobody wants to live around anybody poverty minded. And
Okay then.
that can be
Okay,
easily
so that's
done.
what needs to change.
Okay, so let's so let me get this right. For Hispanic people to stop oppressing black people need to elevate themselves to such a point
We can't
that
worry
if
about
I may,
you can't be
if
oppressed.
I may, I'm not finished. If I may, to elevate themselves. So now, once we elevate ourselves to such a point that we're out of poverty, now we can look at the fact that they can decide to stop oppressing us for whatever reason they decide to oppress us for, because it is our fault that they're oppressing us. Because if we had our own shit together, they wouldn't be oppressing us. Is that what I'm getting to understand?
No, it's not our fault that we're being oppressed. It's our fault that we're in that position.
In what position to be
In
oppressed?
a low
How could
position.
it be our fault? Nobody chooses to be oppressed.
Yeah, I think you missing
No,
it.
I'm not. I'm listening.
I think you missing it. You missing
No,
it.
how do people choose to be oppressed?
Okay. Watch this. LSU LSU campus, right? It's one black fraternity on LSU campus. Matter of fact, the Alphas, right?
Uh,
The frat house looked like shit. You know, I'd
okay,
have been there, right? All the white frat houses clean, right? Fraternity
okay,
row, whatever, clean, everything nice about it, this and that. The black frat house looked like shit.
okay,
LSU homecoming, all you see is Benzes, BMWs, Bentleys. You got rentals out there. All the alphas show up and they parking their big, nice cars out there. Why they don't
okay,
put money into the house?
okay. I don't understand. Why are you asking me that? Are you using
looking,
are you using an example of
I'm looking at the
perpetuating black
mindset,
poverty?
the
Are you using the
mindset of our people. I'm
You're
going at
using
the
an example of
mindset of our
perpetuating
people.
black poverty
Why
to
don't
validate your
why
answer.
don't we reach back to fix our communities?
Why? Okay, so why do we have to do that first before we need to ask someone to stop oppressing us or going out their way to make sure that we fail? Why do I need to do that? And why do I need to ask somebody that's not a part of my community to be accepted by that? That has nothing to do with my community. Why do I still need to go say, you know what? I need to look internally because I got somebody cut my arm. I need to look internally for why I got cut. I need to look deep inside myself and try to figure out why I got cut because I should have avoided being cut in the first place. And if, instead of me saying the person that cut me needs to not cut me no more.
I don't see Hispanic oppression. I don't know. I don't see it. You know, maybe
And,
in LA, maybe in
and
LA
that's
y'all
why they're
different.
being deported,
You
is
know,
because that's
maybe
what they've
LA
been
is different.
doing.
I don't see Hispanic oppression. I don't see it.
Yes,
You know what I'm
and
saying?
and that's the key
I don't
point
see it. I
because
see
you
it.
don't see it,
You
therefore
know
you
what I
dismiss
see?
it,
You know what I see? I see when I need work to get done in my house. You
right?
know,
Because you didn't see it, you
I
dismissed it,
hire a black person. They show up late. I hire a Hispanic person. They
and that's
show up on
and
time. That's what
and
I
it
see.
sounds
That is
like to
That
me
facts.
you hate
that
That's
niggas.
true.
that's what I see.
It sounds like to
That's what
me
I
In
you
see.
don't like
Mississippi,
black people.
That's what I see. I'm just saying the
That's
truth.
what
I'm
it
just giving
sounds
you the
like.
in
truth.
Mississippi,
I,
black folks don't show up.
I'm just giving you the truth. I
Of
go to a
course,
black. They got
I
black
like helping my
barbershops.
brothers. That's the point. The point of the
Everywhere I
conversation is
ever
to grow.
been, you go to a black barbershop. They done been in that. They done been in that plaza for 30 years. The plaza, the store still look like shit. You still sitting on hard plastic seats. They ain't doing nothing to figure it out.
all
I mean, I
and
know the place where my wife
and
used to
all
go get her hair done. My
Yes,
wife
we
used to
make it look
spend
nice. The
my
government come
wife
take
used to
money.
spend an arm and a leg to get her hair done.
and all the
Hold on.
rhetoric to hate another nigga.
My wife used to spend an arm and a leg to get her hair done at this spot. She used to drive from New Orleans to Baton Rouge to get her hair done at this spot because the lady did great hair. It had
Mm.
bullet holes in the window. The floors was messed up. The seats was
Uh-huh.
messed up. Right? They making big money in there, but they not looking to improve the spot. Right? My homeboy,
Okay.
he said, bruh, I went to this Mexican barbershop, bruh, they like do all kinds of shit in the barbershop, bruh. He's like, I ain't never been to a barbershop where they do stuff like that. He's like, they can't cut, but the service is great.
Okay. Okay.
I'm saying, listen, I'm telling you how we deal with our own people. So you're talking about
and what it
Hispanic
sounds like
people
to
treat
me
black people bad. I'm like, black
and what
people
it
treat
sounds like
black
to
people
me,
bad.
listen, and what it sounds like to me is that that is the definition of self black hate. Because nigga, you need to fix yourself before you start complaining about somebody else mistreating you. That's
I'm in the
no. I don't
I'm
think
in
I
black.
think we
I
have to
go
do.
to black communities to fix black people. I don't know what you do, but
I don't care about all that.
I
But
go to
okay,
black
I'm
communities.
talking about the
I
residential people right now.
hold
You
on.
can dangle your credentials all you want to.
I go to black communities
You
to
can
try and
dangle your
fix my
credentials all you
people.
want to, but
You
I'm
know what I'm
listening to the
saying?
person that is speaking in
I'm
front of
just
me.
saying. I'm
Yeah, you
telling
can
you.
say all you want to. You're
I see
saying
the
is show me what
problem.
you say.
I see the
You
problem,
saying
and
what
I
you're
go and
saying.
try and fix the problem in my community. I
How can
employ
you fix
black
the problem
people,
when you are the
right?
problem? You
How I'm the
are the problem. You
problem?
don't like niggas, and you telling niggas how to improve themselves. You don't like niggas.
Hey, listen. Hey, look. I'm just honest. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
A
right.
lot of
And you
black
can't
people ain't honest.
stand being around black people. You just say it
A lot of
every
black
every
people,
other one. And
a
every
lot of
time I
black
said somebody was
people
mistreating,
let their
you came
people,
and ripped it around.
a lot of black people or let people act crazy, let their own people act crazy and defend it. I'm not gonna defend. I ain't gonna defend BS. You know, I'm gonna say let's
I
fix
get
it.
you. I
Let's
get you. I
fix it now.
100%
But if
agree
you
with
one of
you.
them people that black people always right, then that's the reason why we messed up.
Huh? It can never be anybody else, though, right? It's never anybody
I
else. There's
never
nobody
said
else
that.
putting their foot on their throat. Yeah, you
I
are.
can't change the way anybody treats me.
Shit, with a punch you can. Yeah, you can
I
change.
mean,
Yes, you absolutely
you can
can.
do it. You can do it, and then see who gonna see who gonna defend you with that punch. Because Hispanics gonna defend one
And
another.
guess what we've had to do, like we've always had to do, is do the best we can and wait for the Most High to come back for us. But what I'm saying to you on a personal note, no, you're saying that black people need to defend the idea of being disliked by somebody else, and we
No,
need to improve
I'm
ourselves before
saying
anybody else can come around and make a
black
change.
people need to live like guys. They need to behave
And it
like
sounds
guys. They
like to
need to
me you
present
don't like
themselves like
black people.
guys.
And it
Okay,
sounds like to me you don't like
I
people.
risk my
So if
life
you
for
put
black people.
yourself out there, then you can't honestly. If
I
you
risk
see
my
black
life.
people like that, you
For
can't
black
like
people.
them.
I risk my life for black people. I don't know what you
No,
do.
you risk your egos
I risk my life for
because
black people.
whatever you're doing, that can't be it. Not all the way. not all the
Okay.
way. And I'm starting to see what
I'm
people
just
talk about when
honest.
they come in
I'm
here
just
sometimes.
honest. Well,
Nah, you're not.
nobody got it. No, don't
You're
nobody have to
discriminating.
come in here. Nobody have to come in here. Everybody can start their own room and do what they want to do. You know,
Why is that?
nobody
Why is
got
that important? Why is
nobody
that
had to
important?
come
Why
here.
is that
You
relevant?
because you just said you
Why is
like I
that
see what
relevant?
people be saying when they come in here. Well, don't come.
Yes, I did. No, I love coming on here because once when you own it, you own it. When you're using them verses, you're using them verses. But somehow I got to summon up the person that's been hiding and been deep down. And these people get to see a little piece of what you've been able to do.
Hey, okay, go to
Because
Leviticus 19 verse 17. I'm gonna tell you what God
taking
say.
responsibility for somebody
I'm
else's
gonna tell you
actions.
what God say. Leviticus 19 verse
The
17.
book
Read
of
that.
Leviticus, chapter 19 and verse 17. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart.
But we do that. Keep reading.
Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor,
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm rebuking black people for what they do. Read.
Agreed.
and not suffer sin upon him.
And if I see my people in sin, I'm gonna call it out. Read.
Thou shalt not avenge, nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people.
And that's what I teach my people to do when I go into Gate City, when I go into the projects, when I go into the hood, when I talk to the Bloods, to the Crips, to the Vice Lords, to the Gangster Disciples, to the Peace Stone Rangers. That's what I teach my people to do. Hey, y'all need to stop killing one another. Read.
But thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
Go to Hosea 4, verse 1. The stuff I'm saying, God's saying the same thing. Read Hosea chapter
No,
4, verse 1.
no, no. But please,
Hosea
please, please
chapter
go.
4 and verse 1.
Read.
Hear the word of the Lord, ye children of Israel. For the Lord have a controversy with the inhabitants of the land,
God got a problem with the Israelites. Read.
because there is no truth
Because it
nor
ain't no truth in our land. Read.
nor mercy,
No mercy amongst black people. Read.
nor knowledge of God in the land.
Nor knowledge of God in the land. They'll fight you for saying Jesus is black. Read.
By swearing and
Go
lying
by swearing on God, lying, read,
and killing,
and killing, murder in our communities. You ain't gotta worry about no white person killing you. I don't know about LA, but I ain't never had thought about a Mexican dude's about to kill me. I'm just saying I ain't living out LA though. Read.
and stealing,
And stealing, I ain't never had a Mexican steal nothing from me, but I had black people breaking my car. Read.
and committing adultery.
I ain't never had no Mexican try and get with one of my girls, but I done had black people try and do it. Read.
They break out,
And what happened?
and blood toucheth blood.
Black on black violence. So God got a problem with black people. We got to fix ourselves. It is what it is.
All praises. Thank you.
I kind of understand what Willie y'all was saying. And living in DC, I've experienced that. I have had an Hispanic person try to slit my children's father's throat, and we had to testify, and he was deported. So, Willie, I understand and I stand in line with you. And I do feel like there has to be some type of resolve. Maybe Judd does not experience it the way we experience it. So he just casting it aside.
Absolutely.
He doesn't understand what
Hey,
it's like.
listen. All
No,
right.
I don't mean it in a bad way. I'm not
Nah, it's all
it's
good. You know,
conversation, right? He said
we
a lot,
if black
Jonah.
people got to take responsibility
I
for what
agree.
black people
But
do. I
Hispanic
can't
people
we
have to
can't
take
you
responsibility.
can't
You
make
said a lot.
somebody else
Can
treat
I
you
just
right.
can
You
I
if
just
you
finish
don't
my
treat yourself right, you can't expect somebody else to treat you right.
okay, so let me just land with this. We have to hold them accountable too. And that's what Willie y'all was saying. You're doing the same thing that they did in my children's school, and they taking up for the Hispanic kids and these are black people doing that. You're doing the exact same thing that I experienced. It's crazy work. It really
Yeah.
is. And I
Okay,
understand.
how do we
Y'all
hold
got it. Y'all got it.
Hispanics
I ain't
accountable?
gonna be able to talk. You got it. You got it.
How do we
You got it.
hold Hispanics accountable? Somebody let me know. What we do?
Because all the blame you put was on
What do we
us.
do?
What do we
The,
do?
the,
I don't know what to do.
okay,
That's what the point of
I
this
can tell you here. Here's the first
conversation
thing.
is.
Here's the first thing. We blame Hispanics for what they're doing. That's the first thing. That's the first.
All
Exactly. Hold
That's the
them
Hispanics,
first damn
accountable.
all
thing.
okay, that
That's the
okay,
Exactly.
first
hold up.
goddamn thing.
All Hispanics that treat black people wrong are wrong. It's evil. Hispanics should not
Okay.
treat black people
Now
wrong.
what, right?
Okay, so
Now
now
what?
what? We blamed them for their wrong.
Yeah,
Now what do
now
we
what?
do?
Now what? What do we do? We start holding them accountable instead of holding ourselves accountable.
How do
That's
we
the first,
hold
that's
them
the next step.
accountable?
That's the next one.
I'm
We hold them
asking how.
accountable because now the responsibility for
How
them to
do we
can
do
I
it?
speak? Now we hold them accountable for their actions, and then they can start improving their behavior towards us instead of holding us responsible for their behavior. That's how we go to the next step.
How do
And
we
then
hold
we
them
and then
accountable?
we can start to find unity and start understanding one another. And once we find out that, hey, what you have been doing up to this point is not acceptable under any circumstance, no matter where you live in Texas or you live in Omaha or you got some cool niggas that's cool with you.
How do
It's
we
not
hold
okay
them
the way we've
accountable?
been mistreated anywhere that we have. And when some of us, when you do it to one of us, you do it to all of us. Like you have, like IUIC stands on.
How
Then
do
you can
you
start having
hold them
conversations.
accountable? I'm still asking the question I don't got an answer to. You said we got to hold them accountable.
Hold
How?
them accountable. Yeah, hold them accountable for their oppression.
How
That's
do you
it.
hold
It's
them
simple.
accountable?
What do you mean by how do you hold them
What
accountable?
do I
By
do? How do I hold a Hispanic man accountable?
we talk to them and say there is a problem with your behavior and your actions towards us, and we're not going to take responsibility for your actions towards us any longer.
And that's
That's
how
how
we
we
hold them
hold them
accountable.
accountable.
And that's going to
Yes,
fix what?
that's going to that at the very least that's going to open up a conversation to now we can start looking at each other as somebody that we know who the true enemy is instead of us taking responsibility for their actions and our actions.
We have Hispanics in our congregation.
Okay, what? Okay,
I'm like, what do you mean? We tell them that they're wrong. We got classes where we talk about this. So we talk about it. Then what?
so again so now you're darting. You
I'm
just pivoted
not
on me.
darting. I'm
Yes, you
asking you,
pivoted. You
what do
just did
we
a
do?
pivot.
You
You just
just
pivoted.
said you
You
said
started a whole other conversation under
we
umbrella of something
tell
else.
them they're wrong. Okay, now we
Yes,
do
we
that.
tell them they're wrong. We have them hold to their own accountability towards what they've done up until this point. And then now they have to deal with the punishments that they've done for the oppression that they've caused. So
Okay.
if they're going to be deported, then they're going to be deported. Don't blame me for it.
I'm not
Don't
blaming.
excuse me for
I
no,
mean,
no,
I
no.
don't
I'm
know
not
who they
talking
blaming.
about you in general. I'm not
Okay,
talking about you in
so
general.
this is what I'm asking you. White people
Okay.
been oppressing us, right?
Uh-huh.
So us holding white people accountable, what has that done?
I don't care about white people. I care about them.
Oh,
That's the point of the conversation is that's the point of them that they are my brothers and I want to fight with my brother because I'm tired of my brother mistreating me and then saying that I should be the one responsible how to fix the relationship. This is not the relationship. I am not willing to fix a relationship that I did not break. They're responsible for
Hey,
to fix this relationship. We are
hey,
brothers in this,
Judge.
and I am 100% in agreement with that. But
Hey,
it
hey,
is no longer our responsibility to fix Northern Kingdom's fucking attitudes towards us and their oppression towards us.
but
It is
I
not our
know I know
responsibility,
a lot of black people.
nor is it okay for somebody like you or anyone else to dismiss it because you've had a
I know I
positive
know
experience with a
I
fucking
know I know
Hispanic
a
person.
lot of black people that hate Hispanic people, and it's
thank
funny.
you,
Why
Judge.
does that
I got a post on
Because
Twitter.
of how they treated us.
I got a
gave
post
them
on
plenty
I
of
got a
chance.
post on Twitter. I got a post on not Twitter on I got a
But
video on
you
my
gonna play me a country song that the Hispanics wrote that
I
said they
got
love niggas too?
I got a video on my TikTok, and I'm like watching the comments. Like I was like, God damn! I said, damn, Hispanics hate black people, and I was like, damn, black people hate Hispanics. It's like
No, man,
it got
I'm
the
not. This is
most
not. Again, this
it
is
got
not
the most
speculation for me.
it got the most. I'm looking at it every day.
This is not
Black people
speculation
saying
for
this,
me.
Hispanic people saying that. Black people saying this, Hispanic people saying that. I was
This
like,
is
dang.
not speculation for me. This is from
I don't know why
experience.
I don't know why you keep saying that, right?
Because it's like you're ignoring what I'm saying.
I'm not
Because you
ignoring.
watching a TikTok and I'm talking about my fucking life.
I am not ignoring that Hispanic people have an issue with black people. I know they have
You have
issues with
dismissed
black
it the whole
people.
conversation.
How did I dismiss it by
You have
saying that we
dismissed.
need to fix us?
Hey, brother. Hey, look. Hey, all praises, brother. I appreciate you now.
All right. Well, do what you got to do. I don't understand the okay. We hold them accountable. Okay,
Hey, Judge. Hey, real quick. Hey, I'm from California, and I'm from one of the most populated Hispanic areas in California, in the Central Valley. And we don't have what he's talking about. I drove from LA back and forth, got family in LA. A lot of that beef just comes from prison. It's not, and it's taught to the gangbangers that go up in the schools from their uncles and fathers or whatnot. It's not like Mexicans have an absolute hatred for black people or Mexicans are oppressing black people. That's not true. Brother saying is not true.
You a damn lie. You a damn lie. How would you? Because you come in and out of LA
I
and telling me that you know. You a damn lie. And I'm not saying I never said all. Not for one second.
Hey, let me get a script real quick. Let me get John 13, verse 34.
The book of John, chapter 13 and verse 34. A new commandment I give unto you, that ye love one another, as I have loved you, that ye also love one another.
Keep going.
By this shall all men know that ye are my disciples,
So
if
based on how, yeah, go ahead. Finish.
if ye have love one to another.
So based on how we treat each other, we'll let other people know if we love each other, right? So I know Joe brought it out many times of how we treat each other. It's like this. White people say, "Hey, what do you want? What are you talking about? Stop the violence against black people or police brutality. Y'all kill each other all the time." They say that to us. So how about we not give them the right or the excuse, the way, the right, whatever you want to say. Why not give them a chance to say that and fix each other? Why is it that when we say we got to fix each other, we automatically say, well, what about the other people? They should not be treating us like that. Well, if we allow thuggish music, twerk, all that kind of nonsense, and then people say, well, y'all like killing each other, so that's why we kill y'all. Y'all don't stop the killing among y'all, so what the hell will I care?
Hey, a woman with low self-esteem, what happened to her? She get used and abused by men. That's what happened to her. She get messed over.
So my
She
coochie
get
out because
she
I'm
she
telling.
get she get
So my
used. She
coochie out
get
now.
she get. I don't know what you're talking
Come
about. The
on, man.
coochie out.
Come on, man.
Who
Come
you
on.
talking
This
to
is
me?
Can I
foolishness.
say
You
This
something?
is
Can I say
foolishness because
something?
whatever
are
example
you
you're
talking
giving
to
is
me?
validating a point.
This is some bullshit, man. This is some bullshit, man.
Can I speak? Can I speak from a whole different
All right, I'm
perspective?
sorry. I'm
Hold up,
sorry,
hey,
man.
hold up, y'all.
I,
We're
I
gonna
don't
go in
know why
order,
the brother
man.
said this is coochie out. What are you talking about? Is that
Come
like
on,
a
But
that's a
you're
LA
giving an example of a female
that's a
of
LA thing?
of an escort, and then asking about somebody, then giving that example of why you're or
but he
validating the
wasn't
reason.
talking
And I
about you.
said
He
my
was
I
coochie
not
out.
wasn't
talking
I
about
wasn't
you.
talking about you. I'm giving an analogy. You
You
just
were
jumped
talking
in saying
about me.
your coochie
Yeah.
out. Brother,
No, he
brother,
wasn't.
you
No.
really thinking too far into this. I'm not talking about you. I actually thought you left the room. But a woman with low self-esteem, she gets treated bad, right? Dudes mess over. You got she dudes bringing her from house to house to house. She get ran through. She got low self-esteem. A woman that don't have low self-esteem, guess what? She hold herself to a standard, and she make people hold them to hold her to a standard. We see this. So now we see the behavior of black people and how we deal with each other, and other people are going to treat us accordingly. It just is what it is. When that Chinese man beat up that black woman in that hair shop, and those black men went out there to stop women to close that shop down, and black women was cussing them out, right? We showed Chinese people that we have no unity amongst each other, and that our women don't respect the men. That's what we showed them. So guess what? They treat us accordingly. That's what we show them, and that's how people gonna treat us. That's how they gonna treat us. If a woman got low self-esteem, she got hatred toward herself, guess what? Dudes treat her accordingly. It just is what it is. We
Okay.
done lived
So
this
my
life. It's
coochie
the
ain't out.
truth.
I ain't got no coochie. I ain't got no vagina. I'm not wearing a short skirt.
What's this
Nobody talking
dude
about
talking
you,
about?
man.
So
why
so
you
so
why you
so because that's your example that
Bro,
you're
you
using.
sound crazy right now, Willie. Just
Yeah,
No,
you keep saying your
take
why?
take
coochie
a
I
out.
chill. Take
sound
a
just as
chill.
crazy as you guys sound talking about giving an example of a female with low self esteem.
Yeah, you good, bro.
Hey
I'm
Willie, you
not listening
sounding
to this dude
bad.
no more. He talking
Yeah,
about
go
his coochie out. What's wrong with this dude?
Yeah.
I asked
Willie,
for
you got
solutions. I asked for solutions. He didn't get no solutions. He said just hold people accountable. Like how do you hold somebody accountable? What do
Why don't
you
we just
do
separate from the
to hold
Mexicans?
people accountable?
That I think you hold it accountable by banning them from dealing with blacks altogether.
Okay, how? We can't keep ourselves
this
together.
is an
Well, how about we just
unrealistic
start killing them
standard.
motherfuckers if they come around
Well,
then?
hey, bro, that's on you, bro.
Because
You
that's
wanna
what they
you
do. That's what they do.
that's
I'm
on
from
you, but
California. No, I don't want to
that's
say it
going to
like
that's
that.
jail?
that's
But
on you,
I'm
bro.
from
You
California.
hey
They got
you
something
just
called a green light.
just have your
No, no,
bail
hold on,
money
hold
ready.
on. Let me
Just
explain.
have your bail money
Hold
ready.
on. let me explain. I'm from
Just have
California.
your bail money
They got
ready.
something called a green
Black
light.
people don't kill Hispanics though, right?
Let me explain to you.
You
They got
telling me
something called. Are
black
you
people
gonna let
don't
me
kill
fucking
Hispanic?
talk, bro?
No, I'm not. Black
Cause
people
you just
don't
want to
kill
cover shit up.
Hispanics.
You just cause you
Do
got brothers
black
in your.
people kill Hispanics? Yes or no? Do black gang members kill Hispanic gang members?
Yes,
Okay, then so what we talking about here?
but Hispanics kill us first. We don't just go killing Hispanics.
Okay, bro.
They
Man,
got something called. They got something
that's a
called a
lie.
green light. They
That's a
got
Okay,
something
lie.
called
bro.
a green light
If fire
All
to
right.
God,
where if you
if
just black, they kill you. Period. They don't care
Okay.
what
fire,
neighborhood you at, where you at,
if
when
fire
you
God,
there. They do it.
if
All
fire
right, I'm
God,
about to
if
look
fire
up
God. Where in
the
California you at?
Can
statistics.
I speak?
Let's see. Let's look at the
Hey,
statistics.
Everybody know.
Can I
Everybody
speak?
know. Like certain
fire God.
Mexicans aren't like that. All Mexicans aren't like that. But they do. The ones the Southsiders is certain ones that they anti-black. Period. They will kill you in a heartbeat. They have no
Fire
remorse.
God, fire God.
You going in and out, brother.
Yeah,
Hold
you going in and out.
hold on a second. Hey,
You
so when
you
you
in
look
and out, Shamir. All I'm saying is, there's black people that'll kill you for walking in their neighborhood. I'm like, we holding Hispanics to a higher level than we hold ourselves. It's crazy.
I won't be able to speak. You know,
hey,
We don't
can y'all hear me
listen.
now?
We might kill.
Can
Listen,
y'all
we
hear me
might
now?
kill. We
I'm,
might kill.
Fire God, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Hey, so look, when you look back at the Black Panthers and the Brown Berets were linked together and they were side by side fighting for the same cause, you didn't have all of this.
They
You
turned
had the
on us.
division started in the listen, no, it's easy to point the finger. The
All right.
division started in the prison system, and they started classifying Mexicans as white and putting the South Siders with the South Siders, the North Side with the North Side,
Right.
and the others with the others.
Right.
Then when they started getting released, a lot of this was going on in Los Angeles. They started getting released over by Corcoran to Tehachapi prison. All those prisons, they started coming out. So I'm in the Central Valley. So on the south side of us, we got LA, right? You got East LA, all them gangs and stuff out there. On the north side, you got the Bulldogs, you got the Norteños up there. They're all merging within Bakersfield. So all these different gangs and Delano, Wasco, Shafter, all them places. All these gangs started popping up, but it was the same for the blacks. It's easy to say that they did it first. That's not true. The division, all Esau had to do was just whisper in one person's ear saying, "Yeah, they're doing this." Whisper in our ear saying, "Yeah, they're doing that," and then we run with it. And then now it's beef between brothers, and we're
So so let me.
both of them are sitting there. Hold on. Both of them are sitting there pointing the blame. But it's not as bad as it was in the '90s and the early 2000s. I lived through that, and I know in the '80s it wasn't. In the '80s it wasn't all popping off like that. It got pretty bad in the '90s. Now that we're in the 2000s, it's not. It's nowhere near like it was. So the way that y'all trying to portray it, it's like y'all stuck in the '90s. It ain't like that no more, man. It really ain't. But I'm gonna meet my.
And I just wanted to come off my mic really quickly because I am from South Central LA, over hills, and I have experienced it. My grandmother lived in Compton, and I've seen where Mexicans were just going at black people's necks. I just want to say that. Yes, I can just second to agree that.
Hey, can I make a quick point on that?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Gene.
Yes, and it was like
Hey, get Isaiah 58 and what is it, verse 9, I believe. Put away the pointing of the finger. Because I'll be honest with you, I knew black people and Hispanics had a lot of hatred amongst each other, but I didn't know black people hated Hispanics this much. And I understand everybody got their own anecdotal experience with Hispanics and how they might have been
All right.
mistreated
I'm back. I'm back now.
and how
So
they might have been mistreated by Hispanics, which is understandable. However, that's like Judge said, and many of the other mods on here. They said who got the solution to the issue. So read that
all right.
real quick.
Hold on. Oh, okay.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 9. Then shalt thou call, and the Lord shall answer. Thou shalt cry, and he shall say, Here I am. If thou take away from the midst of thee the
The
yoke.
what? They said the midst of thee, because that's all we keep hearing. Blacks and Hispanics blaming each other. You got foundational Black Americans
excluding Hispanics, like we're not all underneath the same oppression. Keep reading. The putting forth of the finger, pointing the finger at each other. Well, it's your fault. It's your fault. It's my fault. No, it's that's not how we supposed to be moving. God said, put away the pointing of the finger. We can't be moving like that. That's why black people is still oppressed, and that's why Hispanics still oppressed. Can I
Right,
get one more?
but we're not racist towards Hispanics, right?
Hey,
So
That's
hey,
not.
no,
Hold
no,
on.
hold
Wait,
on,
wait,
hold on,
wait,
hold on.
Chief. Wait,
wait
wait.
a
Look,
second.
I want to finish explaining.
That's
Hold
That's
on.
a
Wait.
lie.
crazy,
That's a
man.
lie, bro.
That's crazy,
Brother,
No,
man.
wait.
That's a
hold
lie,
on,
bro.
hold
Brother,
on.
wait. Brother, hold
Let
your
me.
peace. Hold your peace, bro. Hold your peace. We got you. You've been talking a lot. This is my first time talking. Let me say something. Get Daniel's 9 and verse 7. Because this the issue. The Lord said, put away the pointing of the finger. Because black people and Hispanics are oppressed. And the problem is blacks and Hispanics are the loss of
They
identity.
got their own motherfucking country.
Okay, yeah, that's nice.
No, they
Now
got
read
their
what you
own
got.
place, bro.
Yeah, read
Black
what you
people
read.
got a
Chapter
black
9,
people got a
verse 7.
continent.
Oh
Black people
Lord.
got a continent.
Righteousness.
we
Yeah, this dude
we
crazy.
got a continent. What is people be
We ain't
talking
got
about?
shit. African Americans ain't got no motherfucking continent.
Hey, who
And he
who
got beat
who
up
run
by
who
Mexico.
run who run Mexico? Mexican people? That what you gonna tell me? You gonna
Oh,
tell me
they don't?
Mexico? You gonna tell me that Mexican people run
You
Mexico?
telling me they don't?
They
Last
can
time I
they
checked, them
control
fucking
the
cartels
trade.
run
They
Mexico.
control the trade that's going in and out.
The last
No,
time I checked, them
all the
cartels run
business
it.
that's coming in and out of Mexico that ain't controlled by Mexicans. It's
All
white
right.
people controlling that. It's white people control. It's white people letting that stuff get
Nah,
over the
y'all
border.
making excuses for what was
It's
not right,
it's,
bro.
it's white people letting them
Nobody
drugs
falling. Them
make it over
Mexicans
the
will kill
border.
your punk ass in a second.
It's
They
white
sit there
people
and
that's
laugh at y'all
it's
Israelite ass niggas.
whatever, bro. Whatever. What you doing to fix the problem then?
I don't deal with them.
Oh, okay then. So if you don't deal with them, then you ain't got
I
no
don't deal
issue
with them.
then. Then
I
you ain't
don't
got an
deal with
issue
them.
then. Then you should be good then, right?
It ain't about just me though.
You talk
They're
about
they're they're
Israelites.
racist.
You
I don't
talking
think
about
you
Israelites.
understand that.
We got
I don't think
Israelites
you understand that. Black
go
people
into
aren't
his
racist towards Mexicans,
we
but
got
Mexicans
they
are
got
racist
black
towards
people.
us.
They got
And
black people that hate
it's crazy how you
Mexicans.
just sit there and keep trying to make excuses
I ain't
for a
making no
race of
excuses.
people that are
I
fucking
am making
racist
I ain't making
towards
one
black people
excuse.
like white people are.
I ain't making no
They
excuse.
know better than Esau to me.
It's black people that hate black people more than any
Nah,
Hispanic
that's not.
will ever hate it or hate. Guess what? You think about
That was
civil rights.
systematically put there.
You think about civil rights. You think Hispanics wasn't systematically made to hate black people?
Man, them motherfuckers just don't like black people,
Oh, okay.
and they have a lot of reasons.
They just came over here and was just like, oh yeah, I can't stand them. Nothing systematic happened.
Yep,
It was nobody put them
yep.
against us.
They took second class. You forgot? They the working class, nigga. They look at niggas like white people looked at niggas. Fuck you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Sound crazy.
You sound
No,
crazy.
you sound crazy.
You
Cause matter of
sound
fact, they
crazy.
can't even
You
prove the
you
12. Nigga,
you sound crazy.
show me where the 12 tribes are in any historical. No,
You
show me
sound
where the
crazy.
Mexicans at, nigga.
You sound
Show
crazy.
me where the Mexicans are part of what we.
Okay, well, who is Issachar then? Who is
The
Issachar, fire
Mexicans.
God? Who is Issachar, fire God? Show me. Give me the scriptures and the history. Who is Issachar?
Come on, fly guy. Don't let him
Go
do
ahead.
you
Yeah,
like
Come
that.
on,
break it
fire
down.
guy, fight
Break it
back.
down. I'm wrong. Who is
No, hold
Issachar?
on. You said what
Now,
now?
break it down. Who is
No, you put me
Issachar?
on mute. Don't forget you put me on mute.
I ain't put you on nothing.
Well,
Maybe
someone
somebody
did.
else did. Who is
Yeah, okay.
Issachar? Who is Issachar?
Who is this Issachar?
I'm
He was
asking
a
you.
Mexican?
I'm asking you.
Was
We
he a
wrong.
Mexican?
We wrong. No, we wrong. Everything we
Was he a
believe is wrong.
Mexican?
We wrong. We wrong. So
Show
who
me
is
where he was a
Issachar?
Mexican.
Who is Issachar? We
Show me
wrong.
where he was a Mexican.
Show me the answers. Give me the answers.
Show me where he was a Mexican. You
See,
the one with all the knowledge, right?
we got hours upon hours upon hours of us breaking down the 12 tribes.
Okay,
If
but
we're
there's no
wrong,
real proof of
if
12
we are
tribes.
wrong, show me who Issachar is.
Hold on.
Dun, dun, dun. It's not looking good, fire God. It's not looking good.
Hey, his phone got technical difficulties now.
Shut the fuck up, nigga. I'm doing my research. Hold on a second. Let
Oh,
me
so
put
now
my shit together.
he gotta do research. He
Hey,
gotta
that's a lot
ask.
of hey, that's a lot of hatred he's showing to
Show
his
me
own
who
brothers,
show me
man.
who Zebulun is. Show me who these 10 tribes are. I need to know because if I'm wrong, if we're wrong, then show us. Give me historical books, testimonies. Give me all this stuff. Show me. If we wrong, show me.
Man, for us to say we wrong, that mean he been did the
And
research
then
already.
once you show me we wrong, then hey, then let's go wake the people up.
Hey, hey, John, ain't the president, the female president of
She
Mexico right now?
Jewish.
Yeah, right. She damn Israeli. She run the
Yeah,
whole thing.
our God don't know that though. He ain't went that far.
Look, that whole trade agreement that we got with Mexico, America run that. With Canada, America, and Mexico, how we deal with the parts. What they trying to escape a place for if this their own country and they run it? That don't make no sense.
You speaking above his head, Judge.
All right, fire
And
God.
and, and, and just like just like we were oppressed by Esau and now oppress each other, it's the
So
same
tell
thing
me
over there.
where it
That's why you
says
got the
Mexicans.
cartels.
No, I want you to
I'm
show me
wrong,
where
bro.
it says
I'm wrong.
Mexicans.
We are wrong. I'm
No,
asking you to
just show
show
where
me.
it says Mexicans.
We wrong, bro.
Just
This
show
this
where it
what
says it.
this what
Show where it
happened.
says Mexicans, bruh.
This what happened. You say they not Issachar, so I'm asking you then who is Issachar?
Who is Issachar? You tell me. You
You don't
know.
have an answer.
You calling them Mexicans. Because there ain't
Well,
no independent proof
well,
that none of that shit is
where
true.
are they then?
Where is the historical
Who
proof?
we got
Because last
hours
time I
and
checked, if you
hours.
got
See,
12
but
sons
you ain't got
from
no
one
answers.
person, right? If they all came from Jacob, right?
Everybody came from Adam, sir.
Then who came from Jacob?
If everybody came from Adam, where
Who
all these
came
different
from
people come
Jacob?
from? Everybody came from Adam, right?
Who came from
Where
Jacob?
all these people come from?
Who came from Jacob?
What Drake's son look like?
Who came from Jacob?
See, you ask questions, they
You're
don't
not
have
answering. You're
answers.
going around in circles.
The brother don't have no answers. I asked him who
Who
is
came from
Issachar.
Jacob?
He don't know.
Exactly. Like I said, you
Exactly.
run
You
that
don't
circle
know. You don't
bullshit on
know.
someone else.
Nah, you just
Run that
talking.
circular bullshit on someone else.
You running your
No,
gums.
you running circular bullshit.
Who is
Like
Issachar?
always.
Who is Issachar?
Who were the sons of Jacob?
Who is Issachar? That's the question.
Who is he?
Tell me when you got the answer.
Can you tell me that it says he's a Mexican?
Tell me when you got the
Tell
answer.
me that it says he's a Mexican.
So you ain't got the answer, huh?
Does it say? I didn't read that he's a Mexican.
I'm asking you who it is.
I don't know who the fuck he is.
Okay, there you
So
go.
you tell me.
That's the best answer you could come
So
with.
you
You don't
tell me.
know. Hey, do some research and then
So you tell me.
when you do research, come back
No,
and let us
you
know.
tell me.
Oh, we wrong, bruh. You said
No,
we was
I ain't say
wrong.
you wrong.
Yes, you did.
You show me where it say he's a Mexican.
See, nobody had the
You
answers.
full of shit. Simple as that. You full of shit.
You asked
Cause
brother, he say that 12 tribe chart.
you're
I
gonna
said,
go through
okay.
all kind of
Well,
archaeological bullshit
who is
and try to
Issachar?
prove he a Mexican.
I'm asking you who he is
Show
then.
me where he's
If
a
he ain't
Mexican.
Mexican, who he is then?
Who is he?
You don't know.
Cause Mexicans wasn't even Mexicans, nigga.
Okay.
So what are you saying?
What are you saying?
Mexicans weren't even called
It seemed
Mexicans.
like you
So
just
who is
mad.
he?
You just
I'm
mad
asking.
with no
Nah,
answers.
because you lame with that shit.
You mad
You
with
a
no
circle
answers.
talker.
You mad with no
You a
answers.
circle talker,
Hey,
bro. You talk in
he
circles.
said that Issachar ain't Mexicans. I said, well, who Issachar is? No answer.
Okay. I'm
So now
asking you.
you're
You're
talking in a
saying he's not
circle.
Mexican. You're saying he's
I
Mexican.
think I think
Are
he
you
got beat
calling him
up by some
Mexican?
Mexicans in the past, so
Yeah, he
I think he
definitely
probably
got
got
beat up
robbed
by a
by
Mexican,
Mexicans in
bro.
the past. So
Man,
the
I'll shoot
hatred.
the Mexican in his face, nigga. Fuck you talking about.
Who hurt you, bro? Who
Hey
hurt
Like I
you?
man,
said, like I
why
said,
you
show
got
me
so?
where it says he's a Mexican.
Hey, why you got so much hatred for your
Show me
black
where it says
brothers?
he's a Mexican.
You don't
Why you
even
got
know
so
who
much
you are.
hatred for your
Show
brothers?
me where it says he's a Mexican, bro.
I told you
Man,
we
Aren't
wrong,
you the
bro.
teachers?
Well,
Aren't y'all the teachers?
I said
You
we
go to the
wrong.
Bible for everything else,
We
nigga.
wrong.
Show me
We
where it say you're
wrong.
Mexican.
We 100% wrong. We
Show
need the
me where he
answers
say
from
you're
you.
Mexican.
We trying to get the answers from
Show me
you.
where he say it.
We trying to get the
That's
answers
what
from
y'all
you.
always do when y'all want to try to look stupid, bro. Y'all
We
look
got
dumb.
classes. We
Nah,
got
man.
classes.
Where's Joseph at?
We got
Where's Joseph at?
documentary.
Where's
We got
Joseph at?
documentaries.
Where's Joseph at?
We
You a
got the
clown, bro.
information that
You're a
not only
clown,
not
bro.
see the
You're a
things that
clown.
the stuff that we believe, we put our actions
You're
behind
a
it.
clown.
We
That's
got
why there's
schools
50
in
different
South
tribes of
America.
Israelites, right?
We got
That's why
schools
y'all
all
got
over the
50
world.
different tribes of yourself,
Hold on, let me
right?
help you out. Let me help
Why
you
you
out.
got
We got schools all over the world. When we say something, when we believe it, our work show, our fruit show. He just running his mouth. with nothing to show for it. He just talking trash. Everybody can say, "Oh, Mexicans hate this, Mexicans hate Mex-" Guess what? Who's trying to mend the fence between black and Hispanics? We are. Now I ask other people, well, what are you doing to fix the problem? Right? What are you doing to fix the problem? Right now, we got a room right now on Clubhouse right now where Hispanics right now are talking to other Hispanics. They're telling Hispanics that Christ is black. Jesus no Blanco as Negro. We go to Mexican communities, Hispanic communities, and tell them Christ is black. We trying to mend the fence. What is he doing? What the people who running their mouth? Tell me what you're doing to fix the situation. That's what I want to know. I'll mute my mic.
Not a damn thing. All
How you
Exactly.
gonna
praise.
try to unite?
Hey,
How you
can
gonna
y'all?
try to
So
unite
what
Hey,
you
blacks
gonna
with
do to fix the
Hey, how you
Mexicans?
end up
situation?
at
Hey,
the
No.
hold up,
audience?
How are
man.
you gonna
Hold
try
up.
to
Hold
unite
up.
blacks with
hey, really
Mexicans and you
quick.
Hold
can't
up,
even?
man. Hold up. All right. Listen,
Hey,
this biblical
he
smoke,
not
man.
gonna answer the question though. He ain't gonna say what he doing to fix the problem, and he definitely ain't gonna tell us who Issachar is. I'll mute my mic.
I want to see if he gonna answer the question.
Nah, he not. He just gonna show hatred towards his own brothers.
So I ask
Hey, make sure
again.
y'all follow the
He
room,
gonna drop.
biblical smoke. Listen,
So I
hold up,
ask
hold up,
again.
hold
How
up,
you
hold
gonna?
up. Fire God, hold up,
This quote in this.
hold up, man. All right, we'll come back to you. We got other people on the queue. Other people want to speak, man. Make sure y'all follow the room, biblical smoke. If you have any questions, you can email us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. All right. Let's see who we got next.
Hey, we should
Bunch of
be at, I believe we at Kevin, Pentecost.
Kevin.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead. What you think about the topic?
Let me read real quick. My phone's kind of lagging. Black and Hispanic beef is biblical proof and solution. I do see the beef here and there. I believe it's like a 50-50. I believe it's more like the older generation that is a bit racist towards the blacks sometimes. Um, and then I do live in Mexico, so like I do see it here and there. But like I know the younger generation, they're actually more with it, like they're more accepting. But I do see a lot of like the older generations, like for example, I have a friend who he has a sister, and like the dad would always be like, oh, you know what, like I don't want you dating a black man, but it's just because they go off like the stereotypes and stuff, but they don't really sometimes like sit down and want to talk, one another, like get to know each other.
Yeah, I couldn't hardly hear him. One of you moderators, y'all could y'all mute?
Nah, I heard what he said. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I don't live in LA, so I chop all that up to gang culture because,
He said
you
he
know,
lives in Mexico.
what they got to do with what I said,
You keep going back to L.A.
bro. You emotional, bro.
No, you just got a way of just doing shit. Like you
Let me,
weird, bro.
yeah, I'm about to kick you out the room, so I'm gonna
I'm
be
sure
weird.
you are, cause that's what a pussy like you would do.
That's what I am, and you gonna get the block. Yeah, whatever. So, like I was saying, a lot of that stuff, you know. The back and forth. Like I didn't know black people hated Mexicans like this until you put it out there and you deal with people that live in different places. That's what I was saying. In different places, stuff different, I guess. Like I said, I never had them issues where I'm from. And, I done lived in a lot of different places. I've lived in Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Houston, Memphis, Birmingham. I never had them issues with Hispanics. So, I think it's just different where people live at in different situations. So, but from what I hear now, I definitely have to say that there are black people that hate Mexicans, and there are Mexicans that hate black people. I mean, I can hear it. I mean, unless I hear something wrong, I don't know.
And so sorry
Oh,
guys, I'm going
100%.
to interrupt you.
And it really depends on where you're from because I've been to Mexico and they love, on my family and friends and they're black. So You know, it depends on, I guess, where you're from.
Hey, what y'all gotta
Yeah,
remember
it's the
too.
same thing in Northern California. It's not like that. Northern California is not like LA at all. Not even the least bit.
Hey, look at it like this too. Remember, y'all, the topic is black and Hispanic beef. All right, the Hispanics are made up of more than just Mexicans. But a lot of us in America who never traveled, never been nowhere, we get caught up in this same bubble of this discussion. Y'all gotta remember the topic. You about to say something, Judd?
Nah, I was gonna say a Hispanic ain't killed Nipsey Hussle.
Damn, these are facts. And you men, y'all getting on here from LA, y'all getting on this platform tonight, y'all screaming, y'all crying, but y'all ain't talking about what we doing to each other and to ourselves. That's the point that Judd was making, but it's going over y'all head through your blinding hatred for the Northern Kingdom. You can't even see what's going on.
Nobody gonna treat you better than you treat yourself. It just is what it is. I mean I don't care. Nobody gonna treat you better than you treat yourself. You treat yourself like shit, people gonna treat you like shit. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. We have a disdain for our own selves. So I'm just saying, hey, how about we fix ourselves? Because I can't change how somebody treats me. If Dallas hate me, I can't make Dallas not hate me. So what do? I just work on the stuff that I got to work on within me, issues that I need to fix. No matter if Dallas hate me or love me, I still got to fix my problems in my situation, right? After I fix it, guess what? He may still hate me. I can't stop him from hating me. That's what I'm saying. But I can take my hand and reach my hand out to Dallas and say, hey, what's up, bro? We good? And you can be like, he probably gonna be sitting back going like, I thought you didn't like me. I thought you didn't like me. And that's what I see. That's what I see because I used to sell paint. And, I worked in a paint store. I sold paint, and a lot of those black guys hated the Mexicans because they came in, and people would hire them over black people. But at the same time, I know what was going on and what some of these black guys was doing on their job sites and how they was showing up and stuff they was doing. It's like, bro, what you gonna do? Even the white people mad at Mexicans for the exact same thing. It's like, well, I mean, this America, right? I mean, if they want to set their prices at $10 to paint a room, and then they paint the room better than you at $200, I'm paying $10. I mean, step your game up. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to say. If I could sell you a pair of Jordans for $50, you gonna buy the $50 Jordans. So I don't know. I just don't get it. Whatever. It is what it is. You tell black people they wrong. Black people don't want to fix themselves. But if we say, hey, Hispanic people, they wrong. Everybody happy. But we still got poverty in our own community because of how we treat each other. It's crazy. I don't get it. Whatever. I mean, my mic.
Yep,
Am I able to ask a
100%.
question to the person who lives in Mexico?
Yeah, go ahead.
Kevin, you mentioned that you live in Mexico now, right? What part, if you don't mind sharing?
I live in Ciudad Juarez. It's a border town. It's right next to El Paso.
La bestia.
So I ask because I lived in Puerto Rico last year. I'm Afro Latina myself. My family's from Colombia. And the reason why I asked you that is because how would you describe the relationship between white Mexicans and black Mexicans? Not black Americans in Mexico, but black Mexicans.
I would say the they will get along, but like there is like little racist jokes, because of the skin tone.
Okay. So the reason why I brought that up, can you all hear me? Can you all hear me?
Yes, sis, we hear
Yeah.
you.
Okay, good. And thank y'all for letting me up on stage. I was just saying that I live in Latin America now. I live in Colombia. I lived in Puerto Rico last year, and I saw some comments about Puerto Rico in the chat. And I think someone else had shared earlier that, like when Black Americans go to Mexico, they're welcomed. But that's the thing. you're American. Puerto Ricans don't like black Puerto Ricans. Mexicans don't like black Mexicans. White Colombians don't like black Colombians like me. So it's also a dichotomy of, yeah, when black Americans go visit, you might be welcomed. But for the black people that have been there for centuries and we were enslaved, they hate us. They hate us. And so I think what you're experiencing maybe in I've never been to California, but for the tension between black Americans and white and mestizo Mexicans, they're bringing that hatred from where they come from to you, and they see how you're treated here in your own country, and they think, oh, well, people like Ted Cruz and people like Marco Rubio, who can, pass as white, they can pass as white and say, oh, I'm white, so I can advance in this society higher than you because you'll always be black. You can't hide that. So there's a psychology there. Um so yeah, it's not that, I don't think it's that black Americans hate Latinos. I actually think a lot of white and mestizo Latinos hate black people in general, but you come to their country and you have American dollars, well, yeah, they welcome you and they support you and they love you. Yeah, they'll be like, "Hey, my brother and my sister, you want another drink? You want another this?" But then they're here in your country that you've bled for and your family has died for, and they can assimilate into whiteness and treat you like shit. I'm done speaking.
Hey,
All
sis.
praises.
Hey, I just want to say something on that though, sis. Being a quote unquote black American, now we know the Bible calls us Judah. I've been to La Ciudad de Juarez, the place where Kevin is from. And just because we're from America doesn't mean they automatically treat us better. All right, we receive the same treatment there that we receive here. Why? Because the 12 tribes are divided everywhere. All right? So the problem is not just a American black versus a Afro Mexican. You understand, sis? Been to Colombia, I've been to Costa Rica, I've been to Puerto Rico. All these places, we get the same response from what we teach. All right? They don't want to hear the things that we teach because there is a divide amongst the tribes. It's spiritual, and that's what the topic is about. So don't look at it that way. But stay on
Like
stage because we're going to get
Hey, can
Buffalo.
black
Go ahead.
people that can pass for white also. I mean, they this is not a thing that's only limited to Hispanics that tried to pass for white. There's a history of black people that if they can of lighter skin tone, if they can pass and be accepted by white people, they go that way, right? Especially in Louisiana where I'm from, certain different names. They if you try and marry somebody that's dark, they ain't having that. The parents ain't having that. You gotta marry somebody that's light skinned to keep that light tone in the family. They think they better than you. They act like they better than you. This is not something that's just a Hispanic issue. This is black people do the same thing. So I'm hearing all this and I'm just like, I don't know what world we live in to where black a lot of people are opportunists. If they act a certain type of way, they get treated a certain type of way. That's how they're gonna go. Just like you got a lot of black conservatives that'll look at black issues and say, that's not this, that's not true, none of this has happened, there's no such thing as racism. They'll say it. Why? Because they want to blend in with the people that are in power. That's not something that's limited to just Hispanic people. So I just don't really understand it. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing it.
Yeah, there was a whole light skin versus dark skin with black people for a long time. There's light skin versus dark skin. Even
Hey,
runs in the family, you get treated different.
I think she was just trying to bring out exactly what we're saying. Yes, we know it's a colorism thing, but she was showing you that they they come here and they treat us just like, I'm putting some ice in it. They come here and they treat blacks just like how whites do. If y'all can't receive that, then I don't even know what was the purpose of this room. Because it started out like we really wanted to come to some understanding, and now we're going backwards when we're hearing people's real live testimony. Like, living there and visiting are two totally different things. I really want to get to the bottom of it because I really don't even have any hate in my heart for them. So that's why, and I like what Jess said. Like, if that's what you're doing, y'all hitting the ground, y'all out there advocating, showing them that we are each other's people. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear solutions. That's why I had asked the sister Lizette, because I'm like, what can be done? How can we bridge this gap? We got to change this because it's further dividing us. And now when the whole ICE situation happens, black people, African American, well, Judah sitting back like, oh, now y'all see what it's like because they have done wrong to us, and we should not be feeling that way. We should be standing in alignment with them, but we've been dogged by them so much because of how we've been programmed. So it's like, what's the solution? How are we out there telling these people, like, let's just change this? That's all I'm asking. Like, I really believe what she said was really true, and I've experienced it, and I gave my testimony, and it was just washed down in the river. So we just got to do better. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, sister, do you think that it's because the way that you're presenting it, it's like it's one sided, and when we show both sides, you said we're ignoring.
It's definitely
So is that?
one-sided from my,
Hold on, can I?
sorry.
Right, but that would be anecdotal, right? From your perspective, but we can't do that because that wouldn't be righteous, like analyzing it righteously. You know what I'm saying? It just like Jonah said, and what Judge been going over. This is spiritual. Northern and Southern Kingdom been divided since the division. And at one point in time, if you remember, Northern Kingdom was trying to go to war with Southern Kingdom. That's Isaiah chapter 7 that goes into that. They was teaming up with Syria to come to war with us. So this division has been going on for a long time. So you saying it started with them hating us? No, it started a longer time than that. Now we just need to build the gap, bridge the gap. I mean, my mic. I'm going
Hey,
through a
can I
bad
get a
area.
scripture on that real quick? Can you get James 3:16? James 3:16, talking about the envy and the strife. There's a lot of envy and strife, like the sister talking about. She's talking about the solutions, and like they've been saying, ain't nobody um, disannulling your experiences. However, you bringing up your experiences is it's not always positive, because obviously we understand it's an issue or it's beef amongst blacks and Hispanics or Southern and Northern Kingdom. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a room about it. But the solution is for what we about to read right here. Read with that real quick. James 3:16.
This is the book of James, chapter 3, verse 16.
Mm-hmm.
For where envying and strife is, there is confusion and every evil work.
Meaning that we see that it's strife and confusion amongst black people. One, we hate each other, and that's one of the that's the signs of the strife, and we envying one another. That go into the colorism too. Okay, they get better opportunities, or however it may be, they get treated favorably. Whatever reason it may be, the Bible said if it's envying and if it's strife amongst us, it said it's coming from evil works amongst us, meaning sinful natures in us. The way we treat one another, that's the root of it. When we sin against each other, we murder, we commit adultery, we sleep around, we do all these evil works, we steal from each other, sell drugs to each other in the black and Hispanic community. Those things cause envyings and strifes amongst us. That's the problem. That's the root of the issue. So when the scripture says, when you jump down to the end of the chapter, it says, oh, the next verse. Read the next verse.
Verse 17.
Uh huh.
But the wisdom that is from above is fierce pure.
First, read it again. It says first, not fierce.
But the wisdom that is from above is fierce pure.
First, it says
Fir-
first, brother. First, First. Read it again.
But the wisdom that is from above is first
Guys,
pure.
when you guys have a chance, can I say some word later on?
Read the verse again, bro. Yeah,
But the
everybody gonna get a chance to speak. But
Okay,
let's
thank you.
yeah. Yes, let's finish that. Read the verse again, brother.
but the wisdom that is from above is first pure,
Right. So the wisdom that is above is talking about the commandments of God. That's the wisdom that's from above. It said it's first pure, read.
then peaceable,
It's peaceable. That's the solution. You want peace? You got to use the wisdom from above. It's going to bring forth peaceable fruits. Keep reading.
gentle,
It's gentle towards one another. We understand that there is issues amongst us, and it come from the sinful behavior that we have towards one another. That's why everybody's so damn angry. Keep reading.
and easy to be entreated,
Uh-huh.
full of mercy,
It's full of what?
full of mercy.
Ain't no mercy towards none of us how we treat one another. We treat each other so stringently or so strictly. You here it is. I ain't never heard black people talk about this much how to have this level of hatred that they and Hispanics have this level of hatred towards one another. They don't talk like this to none of the oppressors that go through their neighborhoods. They got all type of peaceable fruits. They gentle towards the other nations. They full of mercy towards the other nations. But when it comes to our people, we don't use no wisdom. The Bible says we're supposed to be full of mercy towards one another. Keep reading.
Full of mercy and good fruits,
Uh-huh. What's the last part?
without partiality
Uh-huh.
and without hypocrisy.
Like they was mentioning before, I know Judd mentioned it. Nobody had that type of problem towards the man that killed Nipsey Hussle in L.A. Nobody had that type of issue. But when it came to Hispanics killing, and now it's a problem. When blacks kill blacks, it's not, we don't treat it. We don't. Nobody come in here with that type of animosity and hatred because they're not using the wisdom from above. They carnal. Our people must stop being carnal. That's the problem. The solution is for our people to use the wisdom from above, which is the commandments. And the issue is that we don't do it. That's the issue. That's it. I mean my mic.
Hey, bro, you hit the nail on the head, bro. Because I remember teaching in a black community, it's a spot out here called Gate City, where it's the hood. It's the hood. I remember the cops came by. They was like, man, y'all probably don't want to teach in here, bro. We just got 2 calls from people getting pulled up on and getting robbed at gunpoint just this morning. And I was like, we'll be all right. And we teaching. This black woman, she called the police on us for teaching that we got to stop being evil towards one another, right? And while all this went down, white people were riding through the neighborhood on $5,000 bicycles, just riding right through there, no problem. Nobody throwing rocks at them, nobody yelling at them, nobody like, man, who you is, what you doing over here? You shouldn't be over here. They ride through there all the time because there's a little bike trail that go through that community. You never hear about white people getting robbed coming through there, right? They got bicycles that cost more than some of the cars in that community, and they ride through. Nobody touch them. They got skin tight biking suits on, so they ain't got no guns, and they safe in there. They safe. White people come and run down black neighborhoods to gentrify. They safe. They ain't getting stuck up. They ain't getting robbed. They safe, right? But how we treat one another with much evil, and then we sit back and go, "Well, Hispanics hate us." I'm like, I just don't understand it. I don't get it. We treat ourselves evil. We treat our own brothers evil, and white people can come to black clubs. The white boy get out there and dance. All the black women will get the twerking on the white boy. We done seen it. I'd have been in the clubs. Well, you have a white boy in the club. He get much love in that club. Much love. This the real oppressor. The real oppressor get much love. George Zimmerman still walking around. You got the Klan. They showing up on bridges with swastikas and whatever. They showing up with their little facial mask on and everything like that. The Ku Klux Klan marched through Memphis, right, to the state capitol. No, I guess all the gangsters went on vacation that weekend, right? All of them. Every gangster go on vacation whenever the white oppressive group show up. But we sitting in here and we like Mexicans hate black people. Black people hate Mexicans. We need to do something about it. Brother was like, we need to start shooting them and stuff like that. And I'm saying to myself, well, what about? I ain't saying we should shoot the oppressors, but where's the smoke from the real oppressor? It
Yeah,
ain't
fuck
nowhere
it.
to
Let's
be.
air it out
It
then.
ain't nowhere to be found. It ain't nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. We're air somebody out over. They up there ready to kill Kendrick Lamar over a rap beef. They up there walking around like, oh yeah, he gotta have the police to escort him out of Toronto because of the rap beef they got with one another. But the real oppressors, ain't nobody got no smoke for the real oppressors. I just don't understand it. The scriptures say it. We hate one another. It is what it is. We love our oppressors. We see that in the book of Maccabees. We see it all throughout the Bible of us being subservient and loving our oppressors and taking on their ways, celebrating Christmas, Thanksgiving, Father's Day, Mother's Day, Easter, everything. Everything the white man gives us, we love it. We take it. You know, we got tattoos of a white Jesus on our bodies. We love it. But now we sitting here arguing about black people and Hispanics and the hatred we got for one another, and the only solution is, well, we need to go kill them. That don't make no sense.
No, all we need is a black unity. Okay, I know you guys have not given me a chance. I'm from East Africa, to be exact, Ethiopia. Okay, but if all we need is just let's unify ourselves and then let's work for ourselves. Okay, we built this nation actually, us and Hispanic. Okay, like that's all we need. Like not hate each other, not all this killing shit gotta go. The law is not on our side, both of us. Donald Trump just did donuts on the ice actually. You feel me? Obama deported more immigrants than any president in the United States. You guys can Google it actually, ever. Okay, so you see that, and he's a black man. He's from Kenya. You know. So we just need to unite it. We have to unify ourselves, unite, and work as ones. Yeah, we got one oppressor, and that's a white man. But we don't need to. That's all I gotta say, though. I've been beating myself.
My God, yeah, there's also that. Okay. Hey, like, what is it? May I go next? Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead, my bad.
Yes, sir. To answer the questions upon the fact which I was speaking of, like I would like to provide historical accounts of why Mexicanos would treat, the blacks different, the Afro Americanos in Africa, I mean, in Mexico. So you look at the time in which, let's say, for example, the early rebellion in the Spanish Americas that was taking place in 1526. That was during the Spanish colony of San Miguel de Guadalupe, right? This was the slave Africans upon this time. You look at the Domingo Revolt in 1521. These were the Africans or modern day people that you call the Maroons today. They started a community after slavery in the Dominican Republic. I'll get back to that point event soon. And then you have the Runaway Slave Act in colonial Mexico, right, in 1546. So, just like other nations, not other nations, just like the colonizers, right? When it comes down to Afro-Americanos, I've seen how they've been treated, how they've been acted. I think there's an Afro-Americano guy. He's from Mexico. Nobody believes the fact that he's Mexican because he looked like a regular Black American guy. Until he starts speaking Spanish, they're like, "Oh, it's not. He is Mexicano." It's it's kind of crazy, right? How they get treated. Now, when it comes down to the Dominican Republic, right? Mind you, you have Haiti and you have the Dominican Republic. Ask a Dominican today, are you Haitian? And watch how they say no. Which doesn't make any sense. You're on the same island, even though it's split. You're on the same island together, but yet you don't consider yourself Haitian. How does that make any sense? Now, the white ones are not surprised because some of them actually are European, right? Some of them are mixed with Spaniard. Right? The Haitians, Some of them is for French, but at the end of the day, it's still the same island. The island is just split in half, right? And what someone said was actually correct. A black Puerto Rican would not like. I mean, a white Puerto Rican would not like someone who is black, especially if you got kinky type hair. You know, like some people might call it nappy, which really is a nappy hair, right? Just like you have in Puerto Rico, right? Puerto Ricans when I like a lighter, when I like a darker Puerto Rican man, could tend to say that you guys are enslaved as well, right? But then someone asks, what do you expect to do? Okay. If somebody could pull out this verse right quick, the book of Ezekiel, chapter 3, verse 7 to 11, that kind of explains what the Mr. Judge said by saying that you guys been to these countries and some of them just choose to not listen. That verse will answer your question upon the fact of Israel not listening. Or someone want to read that verse. I'm not quite sure that I can hear me or not. There's a lot of trees around where I'm at.
Yeah, reader, where you at?
Ezekiel chapter 3 and verse 7. But the house of Israel will not hearken unto thee, for they will not hearken unto me. For all the house of Israel are impudent and hard hearted. Behold, I have made thy face strong against their faces, and thy foreheads strong against their foreheads. As an adamant harder than flint have I made thy forehead. Fear them not, neither be dismayed at their looks, though they be a rebellious house. Moreover, he said unto me, Son of man, all my words that I shall speak unto thee, receive in thine heart, and hear with thine ears. Verse 11. And go, get thee to them of the captivity, unto the children of thy people, and speak unto them, and tell them, Thus saith the Lord God, whether they will hear or whether they will forbear.
Okay, so you can see these verses right here. They're telling the fact that the people of Israel that are scattered amongst the nations across the world, right? The ones that choose not to listen, they're still under the occupiers who colonized them and changed the country for the worse, right? The Spaniards, the British, the Europeans, basically, right? These people don't change the country for what they used to be or practicing to now different form, and that's what you call today your modern day your modern day house slaves, right? The house slave would sit here and tell you, like for example, you tell a house slave, hey, we're gonna run away. The house slave would tell you, no, what do you need to run away for? I live good. I live in a house. I eat the scraps. Why do I want to leave? Those are your modern day house slaves today, right? Allows the ones until the ones that are on the field to say, no, we need to uprise and leave. Nah, he go with the ones that tend to say, no, we need to stay. Those are the ones that they're fighting against you, that doesn't want to hear the truth of what the Europeans or the occupiers that done to your country, right? So that's what I have to say for right now.
Hey man, hey, that's it right there. We want to fix the problem. We gotta face the problem face to face and go out there and teach the word of God to the 12 tribes of Israel. And we know when we go teach uh, the so-called blacks, hey, we get rejected. We know when we go teach the Hispanics, we also get rejected. But guess what? We got to do it. The scriptures say 2/3 of our people, they ain't gonna make it. They ain't gonna want to hear this. So we got to go to the people. We got to teach the word, and we got to try. We got to be the change that we want to see. At the end of the day, we got to be the change that we want to see. And look, I travel a lot. If I'm on a, when I'm on, I was just on a plane, right? I seen a sister, an older sister. She was trying to find a place to put her bag. She couldn't do it. She was about to walk back to the front of the plane. I said, "Sis, hold on 1 second." I told the brother that was with me, "Hey, grab my bag from up top, cause I could put it under my seat." We put her bag up there, right? I could have let her walk all the way up to the front, but that was my sister, and I didn't want to have to do that. Let her put her bag up there, right? We gotta treat the children of Israel like that, whether they be black, Hispanic, or natives. We got to do that because sometimes the only window into black America is you. The only window to Judah is you sometimes. You the only window to Judah. So I know the job that I had, a lot of Hispanics, they had a different mindset amongst black people by dealing with me as the manager of the store when they had to come in every day and get their products from. because of how I rode and how I treated the people who came in that store. We have to be the change that we want to see. But if we're just gonna sit back and be like, well, Mexicans don't like black people, so I don't like Mexicans, then ain't nothing ever gonna change. You know, ain't nothing ever gonna change. We always know the golden rule: do on the others, right? The scriptures talk about that. But if we just gonna sit back and just say, hey, Mexicans hate black people, so I hate Mexicans, then it ain't no solution to that. You know, nobody's gonna deny that they're not Mexicans that hate black people, and it is what it is. So what we gonna do? Just say the hell with it? I hate them too. Nah, we gotta be the change that we want to see. You know, we gotta be the examples. Read that in Jude 9:24.
This is the book of Judith, chapter 9 and verse 24. Judith chapter 8, verse 24.
9 verse
Now,
20, 9:20. Is 8:24? I could be
yes,
wrong.
sir.
It's 8.
I knew that.
Judith chapter 8, verse 24.
Go ahead.
Now, now therefore, O brethren, let us show an example to our brethren.
So that's what we got to do. We have to show an example to our brothers. The Hispanics are our brothers. You know, just like, you know, Mexican. You call a Mexican Honduran, he may fight you because they got issues amongst themselves too. You know, it ain't sweet that all Hispanics they just get along. They got issues too. I learned that working in the paint store. You know, you had to figure out you couldn't say certain words to certain people, right? Certain places you could say "K underway," you know, and it's funny. They laugh at it. You say it to the wrong the wrong nation of Hispanics, they got a problem with that. You're like, nah, no way, no way, no, no. Who told you that? And I said, oh, my bad, man. I didn't know. And I had to realize I have to talk to certain Hispanics or Latinos a certain way because they different people, right? So we got to be examples. You know, we can't just fight hatred with hatred amongst our own people. Keep reading.
O brethren, let us show an example to our brethren, because their hearts depend upon us.
Right. The ones that know, we got to be that light to these nations. We got to be a light to all 12 tribes. We got to be the ones that show that example because they depend on us. You know, they got a lot of people that's looking for a change. You know, a lot of people looking for a change, looking for a fix to this problem. Well, who gonna be the change? We gotta be the change because they hearts depend upon us. Read.
And the sanctuary, and the house, and the altar rest upon us.
Right. Our deliverance out of here, it rests upon us. Right. Get that in Luke 17:20, last scripture. It rests upon us. We have to be the example, the change that you want to be. Like you know, like Captain Ben Zion, I would say, our people want change, but they won't change. You know, we got to be the change. We want to see a change. We got to be the change. We got to be the leaders that we want to follow. Read that.
Luke chapter 17, verse 20. And when he was demanded of the Pharisees, when the kingdom of God should come, he answered them and said, the kingdom of God cometh not with observation.
Right. So we can't sit back and try and figure out how we're going to fix the problem. We have to get in there and be about action and fixing this problem. We got to be about action. Sometimes you got to, you know, in like political talks, you got to reach across the aisle. You got to be able to reach across the aisle and be like, hey, look, man, look, you know, we need to fix this issue we got with each other. Right. It's just like Matthew 18. You got a problem with your brother. Look, go to your brother and let's fix it. You know, but we just sitting back and just talking about, oh yeah, Mexicans hate black people, and Mexicans sitting back, you know, or Hispanics. I said I don't want to just say Mexicans and Hispanics and sit back and say black people hate us, and now we just sitting in a room like the Spider-Man meme, pointing our fingers at each other with no solution to be done, no solutions. Somebody got to reach across the aisle and say, hey, look, man, we brothers, bro. You know, and a lot of Hispanics you will talk to and say that, they'll say, yeah, we are brothers. You know, there's a lot of real dark skinned Hispanics that they try and hide or that other nations try to breed out. You know, we forget about eugenics and how certain white people were placed in South America to do just that, to make the skin tone lighter. Like it's like we forget about history and things that happen, right? But we got to be about action. Keep reading.
Verse 21. Neither shall they say, Lo here, or Lo there. For behold, the kingdom of God is within you.
Right. The kingdom of God is within us. And that's why I always talk about how we treat each other first. Because the scripture says we got to set our house in order and then reprove our people. So if how we treat each other is messed up, we can't look to the Hispanics and say, hey, y'all got to start treating us better while we still treating each other wrong. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that there's no racism from Hispanics to black people. I know it is. Not like I said, I'm not from those areas where LA and stuff like that where people see it more than I see it. I never seen it like that, but I don't deny it. But what I'm saying is listen, we got to fix ourselves, and then we can try and extend that olive branch to fix the issues we got. But if it's just like f you and f you too, then well, I don't know how was the solution in that. There's no solution in that. I mean, my mic.
Part of the solution is also taking care of our friends, our siblings, our brothers and sisters who do look like us in these places too. I think that is also how you set an example. You set the example by showing the white and mestiz Colombians, Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans that, this won't be tolerated. We don't treat uh, black folks anywhere this way. And it's not FU, it's look, like this is the example I'm setting. This is how we love, and I'll love you just the same. I'll advocate for you just the same. I'll uplift you just the same. But it's not that. I don't think the solution should be that Black Americans need to do all of this labor in extending an olive branch when white Latinos are not interested. You also cannot force them, right? You can't force them to accept. Just like you can't force people to accept Christ, you can't force people to accept God or scripture. Some of them don't want to accept it, and that's fine. Keep it pushing. It's not a fu. It's, love you from where I'm at. But I think part of the solution is setting the example that we will not tolerate the treatment of Black Latinos uh, in any way that isn't uplifting, and we will be there to support them.
So you would say we probably need to stop listening to hip hop music.
Did I say that?
I'm just asking because if we listen to hip hop music, we definitely say that we are okay with black women being demeaned.
So preach that if that's what you believe.
Yeah, because I mean, you can't go and tell another nation of people that we're not going to tolerate, say, black women getting treated badly, and then they listen to, you know, bitch, 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 nigga, bitch, you a hoe. It's like it's hard to win that fight that way.
Yeah, my point wasn't about music. Like I
Well,
don't I
but
don't
it's
tell
still
people how to express themselves in their art. That's art. I'm specifically talking about when we're talking about reaching out to the Hispanic community. Y'all, Hispanic is not a race, it's an ethnicity. So even within an ethnicity, there can be multiple races. There are Asian Hispanics, there are Japanese Latinos, there are Chinese Latinos in Cuba, in Peru. Like there are multiple races in an ethnicity, right? So whether or not you want to listen to hip hop music is none of my business. But what I'm saying is if you were talking about being an example of love, of Christ, of God, is saying, I being the good Samaritan, showing that we will uplift and support. And this is the example I'm setting. Whether you choose to follow it or not is up to you. Whether you choose to listen to hip hop music or not, that's up to you too.
uh,
I
okay.
would.
I don't get it. I mean, I mean, I don't know. I mean, how do we show how do we show that we're not going to tolerate something in somebody else's country? Like how can I go to Colombia and tell them, look, we're not about to tolerate this? It's like I'm not going to move there.
Have you been to Colombia?
No, I've never been to Colombia. I've
Has
never been
anyone
to
on this
Colombia.
stage have been to Latin America?
Latin America meaning where? Mexico? Central America? Where you mean when you say Latin America?
Well, you would have to tell me, where in
I
Latin
mean,
America have you been?
I've been to
There's the
Honduras. I've been
Caribbean,
to
there's South America,
yeah,
there's Central
been in
America.
yeah, been in Central America, the Caribbeans, Mexico. Yeah,
And did you live there, or were you only there for a visit?
well, you asked the first question. The second question is because of what? I saw
Yeah,
the
no,
same
no, we
things.
only there for a visit. Only there for a visit. That's why I'm trying to figure out
Right.
how do we do that? Like what you're saying that we do, we show them that we're not going to stand for something. How do we do that in the place that we don't live?
Why does it matter where you live? Like, that's asking, like, I'm not going to be a good person to people because I don't live here. Like, why
No,
does that
I know.
matter?
I said that we have to be an example and treat people right. I just went and said that, but I mean, I thought I just said that that
Yes,
we had
you
to be the
did.
example.
You said
But
that, brother.
what I'm saying is, it's kind of like you made the statement. We have to show that we're not going to tolerate it. Well, I'm just saying, how do we show people that we're not going to tolerate it? Like, I think the best way to show people that we're not going to tolerate disrespect to black people is that we don't disrespect black people. Because I can't, in somebody else's country, I definitely can't start a war with Colombians if they mistreat black people. I mean, that's not something you're going to
I don't
win.
think I recommended any warfare, right?
That's why that's the
I
question
think I
I asked.
said,
How do we?
oh yeah, so I would not
Yeah,
recommend warfare. And I
that's
don't
what I'm
think you
saying. How
could.
do we? That's what I was asking. Like, how do we show people that we're not gonna stand for disrespect? Because my response was, maybe if we don't disrespect ourselves, that'll be showing that we are not okay with anybody else
So you
disrespecting
do
us.
have an answer. So you don't have to ask me. You said it.
I'm
Can we
confused.
can we revert back to the question about how, right? And I know that, can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Um, Judd was talking about even like just the gangs, right, in Los Angeles, and just the things that people experience. And
We would have to start where we are, first of all, not outside of, America, Babylon. We would have to start there. But we have to get sisters and brothers to really think and understand where they come from and who they are. Like, we have to get them to think outside the box and think for themselves. And it's more so educating them on what they're representing, because a lot of things that they represent, as we said, well, as you said earlier, it was a black man that killed Nipsey. It was not, someone else of another race. We're doing black on black, like in black movies, they say black on black crime. Like, there's black on black hatred to one another. And if you get them to really think out the box for themselves, you got to educate them, and it's going to be an uncomfortable conversation because they are still in doubt of representing something that has nothing to do with themselves, whether it's their nationality. Black and brown are colors. They're not really, of who we really are. It's just what they look at us as, and 15th Amendment right. We don't have any power when it comes to color, so we can't use colorism. But just to think about what they represent, one day I was looking into, because I grew up in South Central, and they're real big on Crenshaw, right? But then when you look up the history of Crenshaw, right, you look up the history of the district of Crenshaw, they're fighting and going to war in the streets with Bloods, Crips, all of them are representing colors still. And they don't even know what they represent. They're fighting and going hard for these colors. And Crenshaw is not even based off of a black man, but you're dying for a hood
and a representation of something that isn't realistic for your own people or yourself, but it makes them feel validated. Once again, the black man feeling validated and wanting to be loved and wanting to be somebody or be a part of something that they're not, they don't know who they are. So it's like we have to go and have those uncomfortable conversations. It may be very uncomfortable and hard to accept because of what they've been conditioned so much as, but that goes back to doing the work and actually putting the time in to let them make them think for themselves and have them think, and we got to love the hatred out of our people's hearts. We got to love that out of them. I'm just going to drop my mic and just mute.
I find the hatred of black and Hispanic people to be very, very hypocritical on both ends, considering the fact that one particular nation of people enslaved and destroyed both to such a capacity that both believe that they're separate entities when they're both the same. What I also find ironic is that black folks are talking about Hispanics being illegals, and well, particularly Mexicans, when the areas in which the ICE are attacking or removing them and saying that they're illegally, those areas actually belong to Mexicans in the first place. So I don't really complain much about that. 'Cause, I mean, that's like someone kicking me out of my house and then and then pretty much tell me I'm an illegal. I try to get back into my house. It doesn't make any sense. But what I do find ironic though is the fact that the only man I know of to be an illegal alien is Europeans. They don't belong here whatsoever. And yet black folks jump on their side with them and say, yeah, give it to the illegals, as if white folks belong here when they don't. The only illegal alien I can think of is them. They're illegal aliens in Africa. They're illegal aliens in Australia. They're illegal aliens in the land of Israel. They're illegal aliens pretty much everywhere they go outside the caves. So that's the only thing that I find ironic about this conversation is black and brown folks are fighting each other and going back and forth with each other about who's legal and who's illegal, when the main one that made the original inhabitants of the land illegal was the one who's here illegally. It's crazy to me. Give me Lamentations real quick, 5 and verse 1.
Lamentations chapter 5, verse 1. Remember, O Lord, what has come upon us. Consider and behold our reproach.
So one of the biggest approaches that black and brown folks tend to face is these. I heard a sister mention about ethnicities or nationalities. These are all. This is all, in my opinion, complete and total confusion. Asian people are in no way, shape, or form in terms of Chinese or Asian a property of Spain. They moved over there. They migrated over there to start a life. They do the same thing in Jamaica. They come to Jamaica. They make a life for themselves and prosper and do way better than the blacks that were there originally. And then they move into these different areas. Even the Germans and Nazis after World War II, they took themselves over into Argentina and into Chile. All of a sudden they became Spanish. A bunch of Germans speaking Spanish, and all of a sudden they're Hispanic. No, they're a bunch of Germans that speak Spanish. So this is what white folks tend to do. They tend to allow these particular titles and different pseudonyms of nationalities to cause a rift and confusion among our people who were originally found in these lands to begin with. And so one of the biggest approaches the Bible speaks of is these names that were given outside of our God-given ones. Mexican is a sub-given one. Puerto Rican, Dominican, Cuban, these are all reproachful names, and names are not found biblically whatsoever. They're either given by the colonizer or they're sub-given over time. But read on.
Verse 2. Our inheritance is turned to strangers, our houses to aliens.
Right. The inheritance will be the Americas, because the so-called Native Americans, or the indigenous Native Americans that were living here originally, were, of course, black folks, and they were the children of Israel. This was originally our land. We had it first, and then the conquistadors came over here. The conquistadors, the Catholic Church, who funded their travels here. You had a man by the name of Pope Nicholas V, who passed an edict to a papal bull to enforce enslavement upon our people over there in Africa. And then you had about a man by the name of Pope. I forgot the edict is called, but I know another guy Catholic Pope. His name was Pope Nicholas. No, I'm sorry, not Pope Nicholas. Rodrigo Borgia, Pope Alexander VI of Rome. He was the father of Rodrigo Borgia, and Rodrigo Borgia was a part of the Borgia family of Italians. And that Borgia, and that Caesar Borgia fellow is the same guy that poses for that Jesus you that a lot of you Hispanics worship and honor as Christ. That's his son, and he pretty much is worshipped as Christ. That picture, that painting called the Sistine Chapel, you got you got God butt naked with a tiny penis and Adam laying there, tiny white dude in a cloud, touch his fingers. That's Rodrigo Borgia, and that's Caesar Borgia without a beard. So these are the people that pretty much got together and passed these, gave us religion and gave us their ideology, and then gave us fake ass false names to fall under, to further divide us. Gave us Spanish, gave us. But first they sent the religious militia here. The Christian militia came here first. That'd be the conquistadors, the Jesuits, the missionaries, the Dominican friars. Dominicanis means dogs of God. That's what that means, a dog of God. When you're a Dominican, you're a dog of God. Dominicanis. It was under Saint Dominic. That's where that title comes from. So when you say you're a Dominican, you're saying that you're a Christian or Catholic order of a man named Saint Dominic. It's not a nationality at all. It's nothing. It's nonsensical. Puerto Rican means rich port. You're not a port of riches at all. The riches are stolen by Ponce de Leon. He stole those riches, so you're not poor. You're not really port of riches anymore. It's more so port of poverty, whatever that means in Spanish. So these are all false names. So when it comes to this rift between black, I'm gonna land soon. When it comes between this black and brown people beef, it saddens me because it's the same people that are arguing back and forth while the white man steps back and watches us go back and forth and argue. He's taking lands and taking people and taking identities and lying, and then you have the white man come through because most of the so-called a lot of what do they call them, the mulattoes or the mestizos, those are minorities. A lot of them are minority. Most of the Spaniards, when they came over here and they mixed around the Native American women, the white man is one of the biggest things is that the white man pushed the thought that his penis is so powerful that it just washed out and whited out all the Negroes in the Americas, which is impossible because when you research the European man, they do not mass produce that way. In fact, they're actually dying off. That's what they're saying, that they want to get blacks out of here because white folks do not produce or mass produce children the way blacks and Hispanics do. We are the dominant when it comes to reproduction. So the white man didn't come to America and just had this masterful, powerful penis where he just had sex with all these Native American women and made all these half breeds and made all these white. No. Most of the people who walking around with that light skin or who profess to be mestizo, a lot of them, believe it or not, a lot of those white men, when they took these Native American women as slaves and lay with them and had women, their daughters or whatever, they went and gave them daughters over to those slaves, and them slaves sexed up the women, and them kids came out light. So a lot of these Hispanics walking around talking about they Spanish is light skinned niggas that speak Spanish. And the very, very few of these mestizos walking around thinking that they're Caucasian are not. A lot of them, very, very few of them are, but most of them are a bunch of light skinned, confused Negroes. That's pretty much what they are. So this whole mestizo mulatto thing is laughable because originally mulatto was a terminology for blacks and Native Americans that mingled together. Then white folks saw how many of us there were more than them. They changed the word to mean a Spaniard father and Native mother when originally it meant black father or Negro slave and Native American slave together. So this is all divisive. It's confusion. It's evil. It's nonsense. So at the end of the day, I'm just going to land here. Many of our people throughout the Americas, biblically speaking or prophetically speaking, many of our people here in America or under the Western societal rule of white folks, many of them have to go. When I say go, I mean in a very, 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 very painful and destructive way. Because when the Lord returns here, America has to be burned to nothing, to shivers. Because the mindset of our people here in America, even the black folks, to the blackest, purplest black, are white inside. They got to go. So give me Zechariah real quick, 13, I'm going to land there. This is the solution of it all. Let's do so. Give me that one and Isaiah 22 and I'll land. This is the solution to all of this, to be honest. Many of our people who come to the realization who they are according to the Bible, when they're with the same people and acknowledge the same Messiah who looks like them and keep his commandments
in the faith of the Son who look like them, they're going to be all right wherever they are. But a vast majority of these confused Negroes and Hispanics in America, or in their westernized mindset, this is the reality for them. Zechariah 13 was it verse 8 and 9?
The book of Zechariah, chapter 13, and verse 8. And it shall come to pass that in all the land, saith the Lord, two parts therein shall be cut off and die, but the third shall be left therein.
So when I researched the number of our people here throughout the Americas, I researched that blacks and Hispanics make up about 105 million in total. I could be wrong, but that's what they say. That means the Lord has to kill 70 million off and leave behind 30. That's the solution, really, to be honest. It's just to destroy a lot of us off. Because a lot of us are too far gone, we're too slave-minded, we're too Americanized, we're too what's it called, the term they called? Blanqueamiento, I believe it's called, the whitening. A lot of us are perfect the race, all that a lot of our people are who are raised and born in that, who refuse to embrace their true culture, their biblical culture. There's no room for you really on this planet. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, biblically speaking, there's no room for them. They gotta go. The most I gotta start anew. Give me Isaiah 22 and 14. I'll land there. 22 and 14.
The
But
book of
there is, look,
Isaiah.
according to the Bible, there's going to be a remnant of our people, a remnant of them who are going to receive this truth, receive who they are according to the scriptures, and acknowledge who they are, keep these laws and commandments, come out of this gang mindset, the gangs, and like I've heard about Crenshaw, that's, again, America's, even throughout Africa as well, throughout all the land, there's going to be the Most High is going to cause a divine cleansing where this will no longer be an issue. But as far as America itself, the land itself as a whole, it has to go. Read that, and the European power structure as itself is going to eventually be removed. And that's why you're seeing Iran and Israel, that thing escalating with them, because understand that war happening right now, as I'm talking right now, Iran is bombing Israel and Israel's going back and forth. That war is going to escalate into something that's going to be unstoppable. It's going to escalate into World War III, and World War III is going to lead to a lot of solutions, nuclear solutions. 22 and 14.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 22, and verse 14. And it was revealed in my ears by the Lord of hosts, surely this iniquity shall not be purged from you till ye die,
Yeah,
saith the Lord of hosts.
that's what the Lord says. I have to just erase a lot of y'all from existence. So when I sit back and I watch the news, many of us are arguing about, oh, the legals, Diddy, baby oil. That's the biggest issue that blacks and Hispanics care about. But they're not paying attention to what's happening in terms of on the other side of the earth, where you got Israel bombing Iran, Iran nuke bombing them. That thing right there, that war there, that's going to escalate into something far more serious than blacks and Hispanics are worried about. Illegals and all that, that's the least of our worries. The biggest concern at the end of the day is watching the news and watch how Israel is poking the bear and Iran on all these Islamic regimes like Pakistan, Turkey, all these nations that possess weapons or nuclear weapons and so forth. When they step in, because remember, Israel is little America. Once Israel starts going back and forth with the wrong countries that Russia is in alignment with and China is in alignment with, we're going to have a lot bigger of a problem than black and Hispanic, than a bunch of confused black and Hispanic people. I'm telling you straight. So at the end of the day, blacks and Hispanics, regardless, will get it together one way or the other. And many of them will not, and many of them we're going to cease from existence when that nuclear warhead arrives here in America in 30 minutes. All it takes from a missile from that side of the world to this side of the world is approximately 30 minutes. If it's a hypersonic missile, it's 8 to 10 minutes. And the missile that can arrive here within 8 to 10 minutes is going to destroy a whole lot of confused black and Hispanics that feel that they're white or Spanish or whatever the hell they think they are. When that nuclear bomb hits, it won't really matter. So I'll land right there. Now go ahead.
Hey, you still there? Judd, are you there?
Yeah, he may be on a call or something. Sis, you had a question?
I did, or I actually had a response because he did ask me a question earlier, and I had to think, I thought about it, I pondered over it, prayed on it. And he asked about, what are some ways that Black Americans can support and show the example in other countries in Latin America, and not just in Latin America, Africa, Asia, etc. Don't participate in the sex tourism of these countries that proportionately affect Black women, um, Afro descendant women, especially, usually they're minors. So that's another thing that I've heard a lot on Clubhouse, especially since 2020, where Black American men, and it's not just Black Americans, it's white people, it's Europeans, but since we're in a room about Blacks and Hispanics, as you say, I've heard Black American men brag about it. As Judge said, it's mentioned in the music, in the hip hop, in the rap, in all of that. So that's another thing, right? Don't participate or support the sex tourism when you do go visit. When you do go to Colombia, to Haiti, to the Dominican Republic, to Mexico, support the people, but you don't have to support the sex tourism, which is typically something that is pushed by the governments as well.
Right. It is pushed by them. But I heard you mention uh, about the music again. So you do agree then that that music is a part of why our people, blacks and Hispanics, deal with each other the way that they do. You agree with that then? Hello? Did the sister leave?
No, it's that my mic doesn't allow me to come off for whatever reason. I was trying to talk,
Oh
but
yeah,
I did I
you
did
might
hear
have to
what you
leave
said.
and come back in. Yeah, that's that new update thing that they do. So you might have to leave and then come back in. I get rid of it. But go ahead, I can hear you though right now.
So I would say some songs for sure detail the sex tourism and the exploitation of not just Black American women here in the States, but of Dominican women, of Haitian women, Colombian women. Like, we hear it all the time. We see it in the music videos, the posts, the social media. We do see that. I personally don't support that. I'm not going to tell people how to live, but I just know how I live and how, what I support and don't support. So, as someone who does live here in Latin America and is Colombian, I can say that I've seen it firsthand. And I've seen Black Americans and Americans in general. I'm not just pointing it at Black Americans, it's Americans, Europeans, Asians, a lot of Asians, surprisingly, come here and support that. And so I'm
Yeah.
saying, as someone who's seen it, that's something that y'all don't have to go into and support. If you're saying, how can we like find a solution? That is one solution.
Well, okay. So I agree to an extent, but this is the purpose, the point of this entire room. Remember, the title of the room is Biblical Smoke, right? So I want to show you something. Go to Psalms chapter 83. Read it for me. Psalms chapter 83. Tabitha, you I think you said you believe in the Bible, right?
I do.
You do. Okay. All right, cool. So this is why Judd touched what he touched earlier when he went to the music. We have the discussions and we can say that black men, which is, I mean, and you're not wrong, but black men do come to Latin America and they want to take part in that sex trade, right? I mean, they want to take part in those women that are selling their body, exploiting themselves and being exploited, because not all of them are being exploited. Some of them are just exploiting themselves. Not everybody there has a pimp. Some of them are pimping themselves out. And there's black men, and we know passport bros that are going into these other countries, Latina countries, and getting these women that are, because we're of the same race or ethnicity, the same seed, then these Latinas are, they're built like black women, but they seem to be more submissive and, and so forth. So a lot of men, they are pushing that. So I agree 100% that that's happening. But watch this though, because when it comes to the other nations, I agree that black men need to stop doing that. So do so-called Latino men, but the other races as well. But it takes our race or ethnicity being the ones to say we're not going to give ourselves to them in that way or to anybody in that way. Read that for me.
Start at verse 3.
Yeah, you can start at verse 1.
The book of Psalms, chapter 83, and verse 1. Keep not thou silence, O God. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O God. For lo, thy enemies make a tumult,
Okay.
and they that
So Tabitha, an enemy. We all know what an enemy is, right? It goes without question what an enemy is, right? So here, David is saying that our enemies, meaning the nations that are enemies against our ethnicity, and when I say ethnicity, I'm talking about a bloodline of people. Ethnicity can be used two ways. It's always only used in a wider aspect. Ethnicity means the bloodline that you come through as well. Ethnicity, race, nationality, all have a second meaning that go back to a particular group of people, one race or bloodline of people. So he said that there's other races that are the enemies of this one race. Go ahead.
and they that hate thee have lifted up the head.
Mm-hmm.
They have taken crafty counsel against thy people,
Mm-hmm.
and consulted against thy hidden ones.
Okay, so now it says they have taken crafty counsel. So that means there's a group of people, multiple people, that have taken crafty counsel against a single group of people, meaning a single race of people. That single race of people is the Israelites. The so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans scattered abroad, the four corners of the earth, are the Israelites. We are that group of people that has been targeted by the other races of people, scattered us into their lands, gave us their names, gave us a customs that we live by. Because would you agree, Tabitha, that you're not Latina? Would you agree with that, or would you say that you are? Do you hold true to I'm Latina?
I am Latina and I'm black.
Okay. All right. So check this out. Latina, Latin is a language. So you're saying your bloodline stems from a language?
Latin is a language, one that I've
Lat-
studied, and I can
right. So
speak Latin.
Latina is just the feminine version of Latin, right?
N- Sorry, my mic
Yes.
is off. No.
So Latina is not the feminine version of Latin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. No, what I said was the language Latin is a language, just like there isn't um, a male version of Chinese or a female version of Taiwanese. Latin is a language.
Okay. So if you're Latina, what is your father?
My father is Jamaican.
Okay. How can you be Latina and your father is Jamaican?
Why wouldn't I be?
Who does the seed come through, the male or the female?
So you're telling me I have to identify because of a seed?
Well, no, no, no. Well, yes, you're only here because your father planted sperm in a female,
No,
and
I'm here
then
because I'm Jesus's favorite. I can't do anything about
no, no,
that.
no, no. Let's stick to
So,
where we are.
but
Let's
but
not go.
around
Let's not
the
go there. Let's
about the
stick to where
seed
we are.
thing,
Tabitha,
oh,
Tabitha,
I
Tabitha.
am. I'm sticking
Let's
to it.
All right. So I answered your question. So answer mine. Who carries the seed or who produces the seed, the male or the female?
So I did answer you. I
You
said
didn't.
the male, but I said I don't
Okay.
have to identify based off
You
of
do because an
him.
apple can only be an apple.
No, I don't.
Yes. An apple
So
can
if
only be
that's
an
what you're
apple.
if that's your argument, that's fine. We just
That's not my
disagree.
argument, Tabitha. You said you believe in the Bible. We're going to come back to Psalms 83. Go to Numbers 118. You said you
Bueno,
believe in the
esta
Bible.
gente.
Read that for me. Numbers 118. Then we'll come back to Psalms.
The book of Numbers, chapter 1 and verse 18. And they assembled all the congregation together on the first day of the second month, and they declared their pedigrees after their families by the house of their fathers.
So Tabitha, ah, so okay, she's back on. So Tabitha, what is a pedigree? Do you know what a pedigree is?
Explain it to me, Dallas. What is a
Pe-
pedigree?
Pedigree is a bloodline, ethnicity, race, nationality. That is your pedigree. So the Bible says that your race or your bloodline, your existence, the group of people you inherit existence through is through who again, reader? By the house.
By the house of their fathers.
So you can have a mother that is from one of the what we the quote unquote Latina or Hispanic nations. You can have a mother from there. Thank God that she was there. She brought you into the earth. But your seed is no different than taking an apple seed from Texas and planting it in China. I'm still only going to get whatever seed I put in that soil, no matter where I put it.
So
So
my
it
father
doesn't.
was born in Jamaica, but his family is Latin as well.
Well,
Like
that's what I
the
asked you. Then
place
he's not
of
Jamaican. That's what.
the
So
but
that
that's where
so
he
then
was
you got smart
born.
and you outslicked yourself being smart. So then your father, if you're Latina, what is your father?
Okay. So
You
both of
just
my
said it. You
parents
just
are
said he's
Latin.
from you.
But
You
I
just
think you
said he's
just want to go back
right.
and
So
forth,
no,
Dallas, and
I
that's
don't. No,
fine.
no,
You
no.
can go
Tabitha,
back and
Tabitha.
forth. You got it.
No, Tabitha, Tabitha. I don't want to go back and forth. What I'm showing you is the what the crafty counsel was of these other nations that came against us. There's nothing called Latin other than a language. So you can't be Latin. If your father can't be called Latin because it's only a language, it doesn't tie to a bloodline, then you cannot be Latina because Latin is just a language. It does not consist of what your bloodline is. The problems
So
that we have is,
Chinese people can't be Chinese.
well, there's really no such thing as Chinese. It's a name that's created or made up. Chinese is the language that they speak. But if you go into China, they'll tell you that they're Jing Pai or whatever they are because they know exactly what group of people in China they come from. So they say Chinese as a blanket statement. So Latin and Latina is a blanket statement, but it does not designate who you actually are by blood. And so that's the crafty counsel that's being mentioned in Psalms chapter 83. There's groups of people that came against us, and when they conquered us and took us and still oppress us today, they gave us names, and today we hold near and dear to those names so that we're never able to get back to actually who we are to realize why we're at war with each other. That's the point. That's really the point of the conversation.
Right, but the room title says blacks and Hispanics, which is also a blanket name.
Right, because nobody would come in here if we said Issachar and Judah. You have no idea who that is.
You got it, Dallas. You got it.
I do. I do. I mean, I read the Bible and I'm trying to teach you. So go back to Psalms 83, reader.
The book of Psalms, chapter 83 and verse 3. They
Hmm.
have taken crafty counsel against thy people
So the
and have
other races have taken crafty counsel, changing the names, changing the religions, changing everything about the customs and the heritage of God's people. That's the crafty counsel. And then they all made an agreement that we're never going to let them know that they are these people. We're instead going to tell them that they are Colombian, that they are Puerto Rican, that they are Honduran, which I know Honduran, they use a different term, that they are Mexicano. That's the things that they did. But we
What
all
term
know,
do Hondurans use?
I don't know, they got another, I had a woman one time that correct me because I called them Honduran and she said that they actually call themselves something else.
Garifuna.
What is it?
Garifuna.
Garif. Okay, cool. Thank you.
So that is the people.
No,
So
right, I got you. I
so
got you.
yeah, you can teach, I can teach as well. So
Oh my God.
Garifuna is the
Tabitha, now you
people.
just see you just showed it. You're just trying to be right. I said thank you for telling me
No.
that. I don't remember what it was,
All
so
right.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So keep reading, reader.
and have consulted against thy hidden ones.
Mm-hmm.
They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation.
So now, if you notice, These other groups of people, these other races of people came against one race of people, and their agreement was that they would cut that race of people off from being a nation, meaning being unified under the one thing that God said they were unified under by their bloodline through their fathers. Go ahead.
That the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance.
And that's the group of people that were cut off. These other races don't want the Israelites, the Israelitas, to know that they are those people.
That was you're too funny.
That's
Oh,
the
God
truth.
bless you.
That's the truth. Sis, tú es Israelita. That's what
You
you
real
are.
aggressive, you fucking nigga. You real aggressive, nigga. You
Hey,
real
Saya, I
aggressive, nigga.
appreciate you.
You real
Hey,
aggressive. Now
Saya.
we killing y'all niggas though. Ha!
Hey,
We were the
Saya.
ones killing y'all. I'll put dick in you, nigga.
You
Hey,
gotta
Saya.
you gotta
Damn,
deport these
Saya, that's
dudes.
gay.
These dudes you gotta deport. You gotta
Yeah,
deport them.
What? What the
What's
hell?
happening?
These are
right.
the guys you gotta deport. Nick
That's gay,
YNs
bro.
get deported. You should deport them. Y'all put y'all energy into deporting Mexicans. But
Excuse me.
these young Negroes with no daddy should be put in the island somewhere and left there to
Did
themselves.
did
In
did
this
did I
state, never leave.
did I hear them clearly? Did he say he would put penis in you?
That's what he
Yes,
said.
that's what he
Yes,
said. That's
yes.
exactly what he said.
That's what they
When did
always say. Because they,
these young black niggas get so disgusting?
I,
This is a new breed of dirty Negroes.
right, right. Horrible.
Wow.
You see that, Tabitha? That's why we have to know that we are the Israelites, that we are the children of God, that other nations came against and have destroyed us to the point of where our young men come on in the midst of teaching and say that they want to put penis in you. That's crazy.
To clarify, he said he wanted to put penis in men.
Oh, and men. Oh, wow. Yeah,
Yeah, he
that's
said I
that.
want to put penis in you.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He wasn't talking to her.
Right.
It sounds like we're going back to the days of Sodom and Gomorrah. Remember when they wanted to rape the angels? That spirit is back. It tell you
Damn.
in Revelation chapter 11,
Whoa.
verse 8, that that spirit will come back to the earth. And it's here.
Whoa. Heavy point. True as hell. So, Tabitha, do you understand? The destruction that we're experiencing and the fight that we have between each other is because we have lost the identity of who we are and who we were, and because we don't know who we are, then we can only take on the spirit of the enemies that have pitted us against each other. They've always been pitted against us, so because of that, we've adopted a mentality of being pitted against each other, and they sit back and laugh about it because they like listen to them trying to have an intelligent discussion while calling themselves by the names that our fathers gave them. Like, that's crazy. So the war between us, Tabitha, is because of that. You understand that? All right, your mic is probably jacked up again. So black and Hispanic beef is biblical. Proof and solution. That's what we talking about tonight.
hey, you know what kills me, man, is that
So what's the solution, Dallas?
what kills me is that black folks have so much energy about deporting the illegals when Europeans have been here for over 500 plus years illegally, but they can tell somebody who's illegal. That's the shit that bugs me out. They stole America, they stole Africa, they stole Australia, they stole Israel, and they're okay to stay here. They stole every damn thing, but the Mexicans are the problem. The Afghanis aren't the problem who are brought over here. The Boers who Trump brought over here from South Africa, they're not a
Oh,
problem either. Even though they killed and murdered our people over there in South Africa and built white-only towns over there in South Africa, they're okay to come over here. But the Mexicans, that's a real problem on our hands. But them white folks been over here illegally for over 600 plus years, and they have the audacity to tell Mexicans who were here first, who are the Aztecs, who were here first, who Vegas belongs to, who Texas belongs to, who Cali belongs to, and Oklahoma belongs to. All them areas belong to them. But white folks can come in here and tell people who belong here, does belong here, when they stole this land wholesale, and their ancestors get to inherit the blessings of being here, from what their parents stole, they're okay. But the Mexicans are the problem. You can't make this up. This is why I always ask. If I hear people say Mexicans this, Mexicans that, I ask them, listen, no problem. Mexicans, they shouldn't be here illegally.
Cool. Should Europeans be allowed to stay here too? Because they're also here illegally. They're not legal aliens. The Europeans do
Right.
not belong in America. They don't belong in Jamaica. They don't belong in America. They don't belong in Africa. They don't belong in Australia either. They don't belong in Israel either. They should be deported from all those areas, but where they belong also. Right back in them caves over there, in the Caucasus Mountains, or in the caves over there, Covadonga in Spain. Stay over there. That way, it's fair across the board. Mexicans can go back to Texas. That's their land anyway. They can go in California. That's their land anyway. And move all the Europeans out of the Americas. But black folks will not say that because they love massa. They're going to be mad. If massa don't like Mexicans, niggas don't either. That's what it really boils down to. Whatever white folks don't like and complain about, black folks make white folks problems their problems. But white folks are the problem to begin with. They're the first illegals. And they're going to be the last ones too. Now, go ahead, y'all. I'll land there.
So you don't
Hey,
respect
hey,
American law, huh?
and
You just don't
hold
care
on, E
about
Diddy,
none of the
hold on, E Diddy,
treaties or nothing else, huh? My
Yeah,
bad.
hold on, E. We coming to you.
So, and
Sorry.
to add to what E was saying really quickly, um, send them back to the Caucasus Mountains of Georgia, Russia, and tell them to rebuild the world from there without the stolen resources from Africa and the forced slave labor. Because they'll
Whoa.
often say that they can rebuild the world, no problem. Rebuild the world, but do it without the stolen resources from Africa and without forced slave labor. Let's see them rebuild the world that they've created without bloodshed, raping, robbing, murder, forced labor, and stolen resources. Let them start from scratch. Let them start from the caves of Petra, the caves of the Caucasus Mountains of Georgia, Russia, with the lack of resources that's over there. Let's see them start the world over from there, since they're the almighty people, the intelligent people, God's chosen people. Let them start over. Let them start from scratch. Let's see them do it. Let's deport them from all these places that they've stolen, and let's like E said, let's put them there. And okay, start from there. Start from there without a black person in sight. Just you. Start over from there.
Whoa. You hit him in the head with that one. Because nobody's even gonna call for that, Dion. Nobody even gonna call for that. Because like you said, everybody is so stuck in their behinds and want them so badly amongst them that nobody is saying, hey,
And
get out. I mean, except for a few people over there.
that's why a Negro will argue with you. That's why a Negro will come into Clubhouse and will argue with us about our stance regarding the Bible and about our stance regarding world history and also prophecy of what's to come, because they've become so comfortable from their couch or from their cell phone or from their computer or from their high paying job or for their perceived
Uh-oh, you hit the matrix, Dion. Hey, Dion, you hit the matrix. But yeah, that's excellent points, Tabitha. I hope you are paying attention and taking notes to that, because those are things that we want to speak towards. We want to speak towards those things, right? Like why wouldn't you want them and the Asians that you said that are in Colombia doing that
Hey, I'm
as far
sorry.
as
I'm sorry. Hey, I'm
oh yes
sorry.
sir.
E.
Yes, sir.
Liddy says Juneteenth is literally on Thursday. So I hope none of you plan on
You in the matrix, bro.
celebrating biological Juneteenth. The hell is this? Ain't nobody celebrate some concept in history would never celebrate Juneteenth. That's another crumb from the master's table. It has nothing to do with it, all right? It's a
Is
smack in
it
the
me, bro, or is it his
face,
service? Like,
just like
what's
every
to it?
other thing that they give you. Black History Month, smack in the face. You understand? Nobody have enough intelligence to understand that Juneteenth is not for black people. It's a disrespectful, distasteful smack in the face. And only a Negro that has no concept or understanding of history or of slavery or any intellect whatsoever will be caught celebrating. Just like it's disrespectful when I hear black people in here defending Mexicans who literally hate my existence. So I'm glad we can all relate.
How is that disrespectful?
Well,
I
I mean, if
want
we're
how
talking
is it
about proximity wise, I know I'm finna go to the gas station right now, and I know it's some Mexicans outside hunting me down right now. It's not no white people; it's people that look like me, and these can. Let me try not to cuss because it's some it's some well-to-do people in this room, so I'm gonna have some respect. If you want to talk about proximity, there's a race war here going on, right? So I'm just talking about what I'm living here in Los Angeles, California. I know y'all just got done talking about it, but where I live, it how all y'all have been speaking here, that's not how it goes here, where I live. So
so here
there's
so
people outside right now as we speak.
so are there black people in LA killing other black
Oh,
people?
100 million%. And I'm a whole
Okay,
conservative,
okay.
so
So
don't bring me down that path because I will for sure get the going on that.
do you
What?
support
Like,
black people? Do you support black people?
can you repeat that?
Do you support black people?
Yes.
Okay, but there's black people killing other black people. Why are you supporting them?
100%. Because those are
So
American citizens. We have prisons for them.
so wait. You said black people are American citizens?
Correct.
In 2031, what's
They're
gonna
they're
happen
why
to
my
black
father was
people's
able to come here and
so
have the
let
citizenship
me
he
ask
has now,
you
black
a question. Let
American.
me ask you a question. In
Hmm.
2031, what's gonna happen to black people's right to vote?
They're still going to be able to vote in 2031.
No, they will not be.
Okay,
And
well, that's fine.
it has to be voted upon by Congress for the extension of the Voting Rights Act.
Okay,
You do
well,
realize that,
we'll agree
don't
to
you?
disagree.
So how are you a citizen when in 6 years or 7 years there's a possibility you won't even be able to vote?
So you're actively right now in this room saying that black Americans are not citizens of this country.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
You're a denizen.
All right.
Look up the definition of denizen.
Okay, so
Look
by
up the
your
definition.
logic,
No,
I
hold on,
should be
wait, wait,
here
wait,
hunting down
wait,
black
wait,
Americans
wait,
too,
wait.
right?
Let me
Yes, sir.
let
I'm gonna let you land.
the brother look up the definition of denizen. Read that for me.
The definition of
People
denizen.
people act just like 60 years ago we weren't having to hold up signs saying I am a man
Which is
and
my whole
and
point.
civil rights movement. We had to fight for civil rights
Which is literally my
after
whole
making
point.
America. I'm still talking. So we had to fight for civil rights just 60 or 70 years ago, and 100 years ago, or I'll say two generations. Two of your grandfather. If your grandfather's 70 years old, then your grandfather and his father, your great grandfather was a slave. Our great
100%.
grandfathers, that's not a long time ago. But then a Negro in 2025, because he has a cell phone and has an opportunity to smoke weed from a dispensary, he'll tell me that we're equal here and we're citizens. That makes no sense. That shows you that the propaganda machine that they have pushed on black Americans and some of the minute comforts they've given you here have made you completely lost your mind, and you have no understanding of the history or the plight of this country. And that's why I got to read this definition. Read that Denison definition for me. Black folks crazy. Read it.
Definition of denizen. An inhabitant or occupant of a particular place.
Go ahead. I
A
can't hear you. You
foreigner.
sound far away. Read. Say a little bit louder. I
Denizen.
can't barely hear you. Okay, there you go.
Denizen. An inhabitant or occupant of a particular place.
Uh-huh.
A foreigner allowed certain rights in an adopted country.
Wait a minute. Read that again.
A foreigner allowed certain rights in the adopted country.
Right. The United States Constitution never considered you and I to be a man. Until this day, it has not been changed that we're 3/5 of a man. We were brought here to work. We were brought here to slave. We were not brought here to be equal to our masters. That was never the intent. When it says the pursuit of happiness, all men created equal, they were talking about white folks. There were slaves passing them the pen as they were getting ready to sign the Declaration of Independence. Like, I don't
Who does
understand
it
black
mention in
people.
the 14th Amendment, Dion?
Say it again?
Who does it mention in the 14th Amendment?
What do you mean, who does it mention?
You, I mean, you keep throwing the slave word around because I
Yeah.
could promise you right now that ICE is not out here looking for Black Americans in Los Angeles right now or
No,
anywhere else
no,
in
no.
America.
Ice,
Yeah, I can
Ice isn't looking
promise you
black.
that no Black
Ice,
American
Ice,
will be deported from this
Ice,
country.
Ice
That's
isn't
100%
looking.
fact.
First of all, they're they are going to start they are going to start um, deporting Black Americans, just like they're deporting Black Haitians whose fathers and mothers have become United States quote unquote citizens, but yet they still are going to be deported. They're doing the same thing to Senegalese,
Where will
Sierra
Black Americans
Leoneans,
be deported
Haitians
to?
and Jamaican,
Liberians,
Haitians and
many people that
Jamaicans,
have come here already. I'm not done speaking.
Haitians and Jamaicans
I'm
also are
not
getting
done
deported by
speaking.
ICE.
I'm, I'm sorry. Go ahead. E.
Haitians and Jamaicans too are getting chased by ICE as well. Haitians and Jamaicans, they're black people.
100%. And if they're here illegally, they need
Absolutely.
to be deported.
So,
Facts.
and here's the thing, that's the problem with Black people that call themselves foundational Black Americans. You niggas that call yourself foundational Black Americans that are pushing this narrative, y'all gonna have to understand. Well, God is gonna have to give you a rude awakening. And you said you guarantee that there are no ICE, and ICE is not searching for Black Americans to deport them. You know why ICE is not searching for Black Americans? Because the United States government is. The United States government has been at war with your ancestors since 1776 and before that. So you don't have to have ICE chasing you. You got the police chasing you. You got medical apartheid chasing you. You got GMO foods chasing you. You got a unequal welfare system chasing you. You got the ghettos chasing you. I mean, like the list goes on and on. There
Okay,
is
but I'm
a
not a
onset
foundational Black
agenda.
American.
So what I'm telling you. So wait a minute. Are you even
No,
a
I'm
Black
not,
American?
which is kind of crazy
Are,
that I have
are
enough
you
sense
are,
to know
are you
that
are
they are
you a
the
Black
reason why
American?
my family was able to come here, but you seem to not know that. So it's
Where
kind
your
of weird
family?
to me
Where your
that I
family
know
from?
that I'm afforded the opportunity to talk my shit right now and do everything I'm doing is because of Black Americans. So how is
So
it that I
we're
can
not
understand
talking.
this and
We're
I
not
don't have
talking.
FBA in my from my
We're not
father's side,
talking about.
but
But
you
that's not what
do,
we're
but I
talking
can
about.
acknowledge that. That's kind of
That's
weird to
not the
me.
argument. That's not the
It
argument.
is the argument.
That's
The
not the
14th
argument.
Amendment, because of Black slaves being raped by these white crackers in this country right now, right, is the reason why I'm able to do what I'm doing right now. Is the reason why I don't want these illegal Mexicans here taking advantage of what my ancestors was here slaving for. Yeah, that part. So I don't
So
know
watch
how I
this.
don't
Go to
understand how
Lamentations
you don't
4:17.
understand that, but I do. It's kind of
No,
weird.
I understand.
But
No,
one
I
mic on
understand it
you.
clearly.
I
I
want to
understand.
keep hearing
Okay.
this
All
anti-Black
right.
rhetoric being spoken
All
in
right.
this room right now.
Anti-black. What the fuck? What is
Wow.
this guy talking about? An anti-black?
And that's a
This guy's
Jamaican
a this
American
guy's a
making
plant.
this point right now. Let it be
So
known
so
they don't even think that they don't even consider me Black on this app as a Jamaican American, but I'm sitting here spewing what
so
I'm spewing
okay.
right now.
So
They
so
don't even
so
think
here's the
I'm
problem. So
Black.
hold on. Mute up.
This
Mute up.
is
Mute up.
weird.
Mute
So
up.
this is
Mute up. Mute
weird
up.
to
Mute
me.
up. Mute up.
Hey,
But
Mute
one
up.
mic
Mute
on
up.
you. I want to keep
hey,
hearing
Mute,
it.
just so
mute up.
y'all
Yeah, we
know,
want
just
to
just so
we gonna
y'all know,
talk because
just so you know,
Yeah.
just so you know,
I'm about
FBA
to.
don't respect
Hey,
Jamaicans either. FBA speak down on Jamaicans
exact,
and Haitians as well. So I don't know what this guy's
exactly.
talking about. FBAs do not respect Caribbean blacks at all. They said for Caribbean blacks, they get their own reparations. They got nothing to do with them. So I don't know what this guy's talking about. Black Americans, FBAs do not respect anyone outside or from the Caribbean at
Literally my
all.
whole point. Literally
Whatsoever.
my whole point. So thank you
Whatsoever.
again.
This nigga talking out both sides of his neck. Now I want to show you something. Give me Lamentations 4:17, because all that bullshit this guy
I
just
don't need
said
them to
is
respect me for
just
me to
so.
know my history. They don't
Okay,
gotta
what?
respect me.
But
I know what I know what's what.
if you know your history, then you will understand that our people that are in
You
Jamaica,
are
and you say you
actively in a
live in.
country
I'm
right
still
now
talking.
on
I'm still
on this Black American internet, right? Talking the nonsense you're speaking on right.
yo. I'm not gonna continue to argue back and forth. I'm trying to talk, and this dude's cutting me off. He being very disrespectful, and this goes to the emotional state of the black man in America today. Whether you're from Jamaica, Trinidad, St. Lucia, it don't matter where you're from. You're still emotional because you've been Americanized and Hellenized. You think like white people.
Yep, and I'm
That's
proud
that
of
all
being
boiled down to it. I'm
Americanized.
still
So
talking.
thank you to
I'm
the
still talking.
ancestors. I'm so
I'm still
proud of that.
talking. So I'm glad. I'm glad that you're proud to be a coon. I'm
You can
glad that you're
remove me.
proud
I
to be a
really
coon.
wouldn't care
You understand?
either. But I'm gonna be
Be quiet.
respectful to the room,
So
like I
you're
said.
not being respectful to the room because you're still talking. When I'm talking, you're still talking. So you're not being respectful to the room, but you're showing your ignorance to everybody here. You're showing exactly what we've been talking about, and that goes right back to what E was showing in Isaiah chapter 22. Matter of fact, read Isaiah 22:14. This is for you and for every other Negro that thinks like you. This is what God said,
I'm
because
listening.
some of you Negroes, I'm telling you, you're not gonna change. And the only time that you're ever gonna change is when you're dead. The Lord is just gonna have to kill you off because you think like your master. You think that this place gives you liberty and justice and freedom, and it doesn't. Only thing it allows you to do is to commit sin. The only reason you come to America is so that you can commit sin. That's what it is. So you can feel comfortable doing the evil that you could not be afforded to do in your own land. You want to come to America and live like white people. You want to wear Louis Vuitton. You want to smoke weed. You want to ride in your Ferrari, you want to ride in your Lamborghini or your Corvette, and you want to feel like you have a liberty, and you don't. Because your black ass can be going home, not doing anything, get pulled over by the police, and end up serving a 50 year sentence for nothing that you didn't even do. Like that's the reality of us. Our children are being murdered in the streets. Uh, Abortions are put in our neighborhoods to destroy us. But then a Negro will come on here and tell us, yeah, I'm afforded all these liberties because of black Americans and the things that black people did. Shut the hell up.
Yep,
Isaiah
I hope y'all heard that.
22:14.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 22, verse 14. And it
Right,
was revealed in my ears by the Lord of hosts. Surely this iniquity shall not be purged from you till ye die,
right.
saith the Lord of hosts.
Some of you are not gonna stop speaking the way you speak and committing sin until you die, until you feel that fire. And you know what? The beautiful thing about all of this is when people come onto this app and they come into this room, they think they're just gonna talk and we just gonna accept their words and the things that they're saying. And we're not gonna pull their card, we're not gonna challenge them statistically, and we're not gonna show scripture. The Bible is very clear. Lamentations 4:17, which is why I was going earlier. The Bible's very clear. You will never get justice or liberty in this country. You will never be equal to white people. You will always be at the bottom. You will always be considered scum to them. And it's only a matter of time before they start deporting Jamaicans, before they start deporting Haitians, which they've already started. And they start deporting a lot of black people that are coming from these black countries because they think that they're liberal. I'll give you an example. What's his name? Kobe Land, the TikTok guy that's got over
I
160
was
million
literally
followers
just
on
about to
TikTok.
mention
They
it.
sent him back to Senegal. They sent this guy back to Senegal. He's got the most followers on
What
TikTok.
does that have to
And they
do
said,
with
we don't give
anything?
a damn. They bragged about it. We're showing you that you're not free, nigga. That's what we're showing. That's what it has to do, everything. We're showing you that you're not free,
Kabi
that you're destroyed.
self-deported
And
because his
only a
visa
Negro,
expired. What are you talking about?
only a Negro that thinks that he's free will say the things that you're saying today. Your black ass could be in jail tomorrow for a busted
You
tail
still
light,
haven't told me
and
where
they can
black
frame
Americans
you.
are going to be
And that
deported
just
to.
shows you that.
I'm
I'm
still
not done
waiting to know
talking. I'm
where
not
black
done
Americans
talking.
are going to be
I'm
deported.
not done talking. Lamentations 4:17. I'm not done talking. You still talking.
Yes, sir.
They
I'll mute
teach you
up.
that in Jamaica? They teach you that in Jamaica? Come on, man. Lamentations 4:17.
No, because I wasn't born
Lamentations.
there.
Yeah, I
Lamentations
can
chapter
tell.
4.
I can tell you've been Americanized. You got an American mindset, and it's okay because when that fire comes, you're gonna feel it. Just like all these other Negroes that think that they're free, you're gonna feel it. It is what it is. You can mock, you can talk your ish in this room, but you're gonna feel that
And I was
fire.
only able to
You
come here
understand?
because of black Americans.
Lamentation
Well, my father
4:17.
was only.
Lamentations chapter 4, verse 17. As for us, our eyes has yet failed for our vain help. In our watching, we have watched for a nation that could not save us.
Right, America can't save you. America is not going to save you. America has no interest in saving you. America uses you, Negroes like you. You are the Negro that America will put on national TV to speak against other black people. That's you. You're that nigga. You're that
Ye-
nigga that they'll bring like a what is his name, Mark
That's
Lamont
them
Hill
Democrats, not
or
me.
things like that. They'll put you on TV in front of everybody to say, hey, we've got it good here. Why should we leave Massa? We should
Hey
love
Dion, can I
Massa.
say something
You
real quick?
understand? That's
Hey
what
Dion,
that's
can
what
I
we
say
should do.
something real quick?
You understand? Go ahead.
Yeah. So I just want to first I want to say to his point, shout out to Black Americans for the civil rights movement, but let's
Who
not
that speaking?
forget.
Oh yeah,
This
hold
is
on,
William,
William. Hey,
but
William.
Hold
yeah,
on. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out who this is.
yeah, my
Yeah,
fault, my
William on
fault.
top.
Yeah. Give me a second, brother.
I got you, I
So
got you.
what I'm saying is,
Think you're muted, Dion.
Yeah, Dion, your mic is muted right now.
Yeah,
Yep. Oh shoot,
You
this
gotta come
app
in and come
tripping.
back out. You gotta leave and come back, leave out and come back in.
This app tripping.
Yeah, it's acting wild. But I said, but listen, man, I called it already, man. I called it earlier, man. Isaiah 22. I'm telling you, at the end of the day, that is the conclusion of the matter. That is the end of it. Because I understand, if I would have asked the question, who believes on the stage that America is doomed for nuclear destruction? I'm gonna get it most likely a no, because that's because most black folks live in oblivion. They're worried about Diddy oil, Diddy baby oil, and a little dirt case, whatever the hell it is, or whatever. They're not worried about what's going on over there in Israel. I said before, the war over there, Iran and Israel, biblically speaking, is going to escalate. It's going to lead into America stepping in, Russia stepping in, and China stepping in. They already armed themselves. We watch the news. Y'all worried about Mexicans. I'm watching Iran blow Israel up, man. And I'm just excited, man. Because when that thing escalates, man, it's a wrap. All this American
You watching the
this and that,
news, and I'm about to
it's
go
gonna be
outside right
destroyed.
now with
America's
these
gonna be
Mexicans.
destroyed. I
That's
watch the
crazy
news.
work.
I'm not interested in Mexicans what they do. I'm interested in
That's
what Israel's doing to Israel does, because Israel's going to be the focal point to destroy this freedom that you profess to have. Israel's going to step out of character, and Muslim countries that got nukes are going to step into character. And it's gonna be World War III. When World War III pop off, it ain't gonna matter who Mexican. It ain't gonna matter who's a nigga, because y'all gonna burn together at the end of the day. I'm just gonna keep it flat blunt, man. At
respectfully.
the end of the
What
day.
do the
So
Israelites
enjoy
and
this.
Iran
Enjoy
blowing
your
each other
freedom.
up have anything to
Enjoy
do
your
with these
freedom. Enjoy
Mexicans
being
here fucking with the
American.
black
Enjoy your
community? I'm
liberty. Because in
confused.
America, but listen, you're gonna have exactly a half an hour to figure life out.
Yo,
A
yo,
half an hour. It takes
can I
a
Bro,
say
I
something
half
real
an
quick?
don't care
hour.
about being
It
removed
takes
from
a
this
half
room,
an
fool.
hour
Like, what's
for that
up, fool?
nuclear
Like, I
bomb to
don't
land and
care.
hit. It
Push the
takes a
button
half.
already,
There's
bro.
no bomb shelter to run
I
to. So
don't
you know, I'm making you know now. There's no bomb shelter to run to, because the bomb is going to erase landmass as large as France and Texas. So you try to figure out where to run to. Let's find somewhere to
Bro,
run,
talking about the
find
news, and
somewhere to
I'm
hide. Because when that nuclear bomb come, all that Jamaica shit and America stuff is going to be out the window.
I don't
All you
care about.
Mexican haters or Love America lovers, you're all going to burn together. Just say you stripping down.
Yo, can I say something?
Just said the Lord.
This
With Dion.
William.
Dion back on? Hold on. Dion back on?
yes, sir. Yes,
William,
sir.
Yeah, Dion, you
hold
back.
Yes,
on
sir.
Yeah,
till
man.
we call
Look,
you.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
bro.
All
You
praise.
good.
So what I was saying was the white man loves a token Negro that he can use to do his bidding for him. He can sleep well at night because he know Negroes will be in a clubhouse room arguing on his behalf, and that makes him comfortable. That's good for economics. You understand? The slavery was institutionalized to make them rich and to make them comfortable. And that's exactly what happens. So when a Negro comes in and he start getting mad, somebody's, I don't know what's wrong, somebody mic,
Positive
somebody mute
mic
up.
is open.
Yeah, mute your mic positive for me real quick. So when a Negro comes into the room and says, I don't understand why you guys are advocating for Mexicans, that shows the stupidity behind the Negro, as if the brothers and sisters that you call Mexican were not here before your black ass was here. Like that's the thing that gets me. When I hear my people speak evil of their own people as if these people and their nation were not here before you were here. And if they didn't have to be murdered, raped, robbed, and basically had everything taken from them just so you can come to this country and speak the way that you're speaking. That's the problem. Now go from there. Go back to Lamentations 4:17 for me one more time. I gotta read this. And like E was saying, all you Negroes that talk the talk that y'all talking right now about how much you love America and how much you love the liberty that you feel like you have here when you're just a denizen here that's awarded some rights. That you brothers and sisters are destined to be the wood or the fuel to America's fire. That's it. When America's on fire, you're gonna be used as the wood or as the fuel. All right, read that for me. Lamentations 4:17.
Book of Lamentations, chapter 4, and verse 17. As for us, our eyes is yet failed for our vain help. In our watching, we have watched for a nation that could not save us.
Right. We watch for a nation that could not save us. Brothers and sisters that come from different countries like Jamaica, Haiti, Trinidad, things of that nature. I've heard them say it. I've been to those places many times, and many didn't want to come to America because they consider America the golden city. All right. They consider America the promised land. Right. Meanwhile, when they come here to America, the food that they're eating, right, the medication that they're receiving is killing them. Meanwhile, back in their own homeland, they pulling food right off the trees And the natural herbs from the ground is what's healing them far better than the petroleum-based medicine that they get in America. I mean, it baffles me to hear a Negro come from these places and say, oh yeah, I love it here, I want to stay here. And that shows you that this place has put you in a position to where it is a dreamland. You are living in a dream. You are not living in reality. Because if you open your eyes and see reality, you will realize that this place is Babylon the Great that the Bible speaks of. That's why the Bible says it cannot save us. Right? Now, one more Isaiah 30 and 12. A lot of you trust in this system. A lot of you vote for new presidents every 4 years and then complain about the raw deal that black people are getting. You'll complain about how you're being treated, and you'll be seduced, and propaganda will force you to go out every 4 years and vote for your next slave master, but never thinking that white people never voted to take this country. They didn't vote for that. They just raped, robbed, murdered, and pillaged. They went to war, stole it, and then set up a judicial system that you follow so earnestly, but yet you're free. And then if you want to talk about Jamaica, the Chinese down there raping Jamaica right now. Jamaica Chinese right now, literally coming in and just setting up shop and just taking everything and oppressing the people of Jamaica. And then you'll
Stop,
come to America and brag like you've done something.
slap him in the face.
Read
Slap
that
him
for
in
me.
the face. I've seen videos of Chinese, short little Chinese folks, this bitch slapping Jamaicans in the face at work, just slapping them around like nothing. They just take it.
Right,
Yeah, can I say something as well?
right. And the Negro will brag about coming from that. So he was getting slapped in the face down there, and he come to America and get slapped in the face. What the hell is this? You go from one slap to another slap. What the hell is this? Watch this. Read that for me.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 30 and verse 12. Wherefore thus saith the Holy One of Israel, because ye despise this word, and trust in oppression and perverseness, and stay thereon.
Go ahead.
Therefore, this iniquity shall be to you as a breach ready to fall, swelling out in a high wall, whose breaking cometh suddenly at an instant.
Right, whose breaking coming suddenly at an instance. Think of you loving America as a crack in the foundation of your house. Eventually, there will be no good that's going to come from that crack in that foundation. Those hairline fractures that you see, or what those step ladder uh, uh, um, um, cracks in the foundation that you see in houses, they eventually, eventually you come into your house and all of a sudden your cabinet is leaning, you put a marble on the floor and then go right down to one direction of the floor. You say, man, what the hell going on in my house? Why does it feel off balance? It's because there's a crack in your foundation. You trusting in America is a crack in the foundation of your spirit and of your soul, and it eventually will cause the entire house to cave in. That's what's going to happen for all you Negroes that love this place, that stand by this place, that will be in a support of your own brothers being thrown out of the country, and then accept, like he said earlier, accept Southern white Africans or South Africans, from Edomite South Africans, white people coming to America and basically being put up. Luxury hotels, Airbnbs, got all kind of stipends that they getting every single month. Same thing with the so-called refugees. They came from Afghanistan when Joe Biden took all the American troops out of Afghanistan and out of the so-called Middle East. They brought 70,000 Arabs over here, and they putting them up. And the complaints from the people are, yo, these people are rude. They're nasty. They treat black Americans and Hispanics like crap. How you get oppressed from people that's running from their country as a refugee? You've been in this country your whole life, and you get oppressed by people that are just here for a temporary time. And you still think you're free? That's the mind of the Negro. That's the mind of the so-called Latino. Read it again.
Verse 12. Wherefore thus saith the Holy One of Israel, because ye despise this word, and trust in oppression and perverseness, and stay thereon.
And you stay
Therefore,
in it. You love oppression. You trust in it. You trust in the system. Oh, the system's gonna work for me. I hear black people always say this. If you just put forth your best effort and you just work hard in America, you can make something of yourself. Then we see all of these stories of these black men being exonerated after 40, 50 years in prison just because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time, literally haven't done anything, haven't been offered any type of settlement money as if that can replace 40 years of their life. I'm talking about just completely just put out on the street after having their entire life snatched from them, and they're just basically told, hey, just go back into the fabric of American society and make something of your life, even though you probably only got 10 to 15 years of life left. And then a Negro will try to convince us that that's fair, that somehow this place is for us. That's the problem. That's why the Lord said, listen, you trust in oppression and stay on it, it's going to be like a foundational crack that is eventually is going to cause the house to cave in. You must repent and understand that you're an Israelite and you are not sent here to rest. God sent you here and our ancestors here to be punished for our disobedience, but he's going to give us redemption and liberation from this place if we repent and believe his word. You understand? All right, so I'm in my mic.
Hey, that's fire for everybody listening. That's what y'all gotta understand. That's what y'all gotta understand. Dion nailed the points down. Um, Let me reset the room. This app is tripping. I can't even scroll to the top, man. What is this? Can y'all hear me at least? I don't even know if y'all can hear me. Okay, let me move. So, the topic for the room tonight: Black and Hispanic beef is biblical. So we telling y'all that Black and Hispanic beef is biblical, but we want to know proof and solution. What's the proof of it? That is biblical. But then what's the solution? Who has a solution? Raise your hand. Come to the stage. We do use the Bible because that's where our solutions come from. We love to discuss the solutions that God gave us for fixing the issue of Blacks and Hispanics having beef against one another. All right, let me see who else we got on stage. Positive. You've been on stage for a minute. I appreciate your patience. What's your thoughts on the topic? So I call you, now you say goodbye. All right, cool. Gotcha. Bloodhawk. I saw you unmute your mic.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on? How you
What's
doing?
going on? What's going on, Bloodhawk, man? What's your thoughts on the topic, man? Black and Hispanic beef is biblical. We got proof, but what you think the solution of it is? Or do you have proof that it's not biblical?
Well, of course we could look at the scriptures like Hosea 4:1. We can take our people back into the history, back in First Kings and all that, and show the split between the nation of Israel. Show how we didn't deal with one another. So we have the proof is there. We can show the people, hey, look, this happened in our history. Like you can go back in Zechariah 11 and 14. Hey, Ibuka, can you get that real quick? Zechariah 11:14.
Booker, you there?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
The book of Zechariah, chapter 11 and verse 14. Then I cut asunder my other staff, even bands, that I might break the brotherhood between Judah and Israel.
So we understand we have to show the people and educate them that little Judah is talking about the so-called Southern Kingdom, American blacks, those that make up in the West Indies and the Haitians. And then Israel would be the so-called Northern Kingdom, which would be the Hispanics. Well, the Bible is telling us that that brotherhood between us was broken. And so no, we no longer deal with each other. So therefore that animosity and that certain dislikes and cultural differences will be there. But I've been listening for a while, and the one thing I can say, I just don't see in our time now, I don't see this all out nationwide race war between so-called blacks and Hispanic. I just don't see it, in my own experience, in my own life. Personally
You
looking
said
back.
You mean as far as northern and southern kingdom being at each
Right.
other's throat
Personally, yeah,
all day, every day?
just personally in my own life, in my own experience, I don't see this all out nationwide race war between so-called blacks and Hispanic. I just don't see it. But like a few people who spoke earlier said they have their experiences. I have mine. I live in Florida, and one thing I can say down here in Florida, and we right by the coast. So when all the people from the islands, from the Caribbean come, the first place they going to is Florida. And I can say personally here in Florida, uh, that definitely don't exist. I've been down to Miami. I actually been to Little Havana, little Cuba. I've actually been there.
Hey, Bloodhawk, are you in the truth?
Yes, sir.
All praises. Just hold on for 1 minute. We want to hear what William got to say. He said that we were going to regret letting him up. Moderator,
Oh yeah.
let William
Yes, sir.
speak.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. William, you back
Yeah.
up. Go ahead
Good
and mute your mic,
morning.
William.
Good morning. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Yeah. So no, I was only saying that to the point where they said it was biblical. I'm like, it's not biblical, in fact, because if we look at history, in Latin America and the
What,
Caribbean,
I'm gonna let you talk. I'm gonna let you talk because you
I
back
got you.
on stage. It's your turn. But if you say that it's not biblical, then don't go to history first. Explain to me why. Explain that part first. Why you say it's not biblical? What proof do you have that it's not biblical? Yeah. What is your stance? If you say that it's not biblical, let's deal with that piece first,
All
and
right.
then we'll
So
continue to your next piece.
so as Hispanic is not a race. Let's put that out there first. There's white Hispanics, and I'm pretty sure that we're not saying that white folks is a part of the Israel, Israel nation, black and brown, etc. Right? All right. So
Well,
before,
wait. Now, let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. So no, we're definitely not saying that whites, but Israel is not about the skin color. The same way there's no Hispanic, there's no white. So we can't say whites aren't because pale skin is in Israel. So I mean, I think you kind of canceling your own statement. If there's no Hispanic, there's also no white. You agree?
but the thing is, I mean, you said pale
Well,
skin is
do
in
you agree?
Israel.
Do you agree? Yes or no? If there's
Not
no
fully.
Hispanic, there's no white. So the
Uh,
reason that the title says black and Hispanic is because that's what the popular culture understands. We understand Judah, Benjamin, Levi, Ephraim, Manasseh, Simeon, Zebulun, Gad, Reuben, Asher, Issachar, Naphtali. We understand that. They don't understand that. So
right,
don't shoot
right.
down Hispanic. So now explain that Judah and Ephraim, that Judah and Issachar, Judah and Naphtali, Benjamin and Naphtali, Levi and Simeon don't have war or beef between each other, and prove that that's not biblical.
I'm just making that point because on the stage earlier from one of the mods, it was stated that how in Argentina and Chile, there's a lot of white Hispanics, but they're really just quote unquote Germans or Europeans that live there, and and so forth, and like I said, Hispanic is not a race. Most people in Latin America are melanated. I will say that. However, there's white lesbian Hispanics who have colonized, enslaved the natives, Africans, and then and so on, and cause what we see today: the colorism, the racism, etc. So again, and to East points, when he was saying in California, with his experience, now I guess everybody has different experience. I live in the East Coast. It's here in Washington D.C. It's been pretty different, way different than what he experienced over there in the West Coast, and it's not really predominantly Mexican over here. However, I will say that yeah, I think we should definitely make a distinction between Hispanics because there's whites who are no different than white people in the in the Americas who
Right.
have
Hey, William, we're not ignorant to that point. Remember, those are names that the common folks can understand. We don't come in speaking high where people can't understand. So what I'm asking you is to prove biblically that blacks, which would be Judah, Benjamin, Levi, We also have black Ephraimites and others. So prove that those that we call northern, southern kingdom are not at beef with northern kingdom. I'll say it like that to you then, since I mean you're talking like you're a person of understanding. So explain that it's not biblical for those, because the Judah, Benjamin, Levi are called
Right.
blacks today, and the rest of them are called Hispanics today. So that's the reason we put it like that. Prove that they're not at beef biblically.
I think if you're making more of a general standpoint, you can make it to a point where it can be, you know, brought up to say there is beef only because you're adding the white Latinos, Hispanics to the conversation. Because
Huh?
if we're separating the natives and the, you know, and the Africans, again, well, you don't want me to go to history, you want me to go to the
Hey,
Bible, but
right.
history, you know, has a whole
Go ahead.
Hey,
different,
Go ahead,
hey,
A1.
you
Hold
Dallas,
on,
know.
William. Hold on,
William,
William.
William,
Sure.
the
Was
people
good.
who they
Was good.
call Hispanic today, who are they in the Bible? Could you identify them in the Bible?
I actually can't. No.
Who are they?
I just say I can't. So I mean, if you
Can't,
don't mind identifying them for me,
because you
I don't
said
mind.
that it's not biblical, the discussion.
Yeah, I said it's not biblical because
Okay,
an
now
animal.
watch this, watch this, watch this, watch
Right.
this. I just went to the etymology of Hispanic. Hispanic refers to the individuals of Spanish speaking heritage, primarily of Latin American descent, though it can be included those of Spanish ancestry. Watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this. The term has origins in Latin word Hispania, the ancient Roman name for the Iberian Peninsula, modern Spain. The ancient Romans are Caucasians that spoke Spanish, and they enslaved and colonized the people and forced them to speak Spanish. Okay, so there's biblical people who were colonized by the Romans, and their name was changed. The same way they enslaved black people, and their name was changed. So this is why we're saying we know biblical history of Romans who spoke Spanish that colonized people, enslaved people, stripped them of their land, their heritage, their identity, and their culture. There's historical documentation of Rome falling in 193 AD and rising against in the 14th century. Pope Alexander VI of Rome, Rodrigo Borgia, and his son Cesare Borgia posed for a new image of Jesus Christ, a white Caucasian image that was non existent. That's the Renaissance period in the 14th century. And they went to North, South, and Central America and they enslaved people in those lands. They enslaved them, changed them, and renamed them. This is biblical and worldwide history. This is not hard to find. So that's why we're asking you, and we're saying that according to the Bible, we know historically and in prophecy that God said of people were going to rise up, they were going to fall, then they were going to rise, and then they were going to colonize. So it's not hard to find who is Rome, who's the Roman Catholic Church today. When they were rebirthed and they created a white image of Jesus Christ, and they forced that image on melanated people, and they oppressed them and robbed them and stopped them from reading and writing for hundreds of years, and forced a portion of them to speak Spanish, and then you have their counterparts, because you have Caucasian English speaking people that force other melanated people to speak English. You watch that in the movie Roots. When they brought enslaved Kunta Kinte, they told him your name is Toby, boy, and they forced him to speak English. When they went to North, South, and Central America and colonized there, they forced them to speak Spanish. So this can be proven according to the Bible and according to historical documentation. There's numerous explorers that tell you, like the destruction of the Indies by Bartolome de las Casas. He tells you the atrocities that they were doing when they encountered these people. Lost Tribes in Promised Lands by Ronald Sanders. He tells you when he encountered these people that they were speaking Hebrew. They were following tenets of the Bible. They were keeping the Sabbath. They were doing circumcision. There was a lot of things that they were doing when the Spanish explorers encountered them that they identified them as the people of the Bible. So we're not throwing it out there just to say it. We have extensive research to prove it. So that's all I wanted to say, William. Moderator, I'll mute my mic. Do what you like.
Yeah, can I just say so? I wasn't negating that at all. What I was saying is that, it's
You kind of word, you kind of word, William.
no.
And
The only thing I
you,
was
Hey,
well,
negating
not
William,
was
William,
kindly.
William. The chat said that you was talking mad junk, bro. So the chat is lying on you?
oh no, I was talking about how somebody said was biblical, but I was trying to get into the part of the history where I was denying that in terms of natives and Africans enslaved people there was no beef if we're looking at history. However, when it came to the Spanish, the colonizers, then and if y'all throwing that point all together, then I understand where y'all coming from
The
with the biblical
Spanish
speak.
language came from Caucasians. We can prove that.
Yeah, that's
You,
what I'm saying. The
okay?
the
It
the
came from,
the,
there
the
would be nobody
conquistadores.
calling themselves Hispanic if it wasn't for those white Spanish speaking people enslaving them, changing them, and renaming them.
He won.
That's all I wanted to prove. Go ahead, E.
Yeah. The Spanish language is a mixture of Arabic and Latin. The Romans conquered Spain and became known as Hispano-Romans. And when the Moors came over, and the Moors conquered them and pushed them into the mountains, they forgot their Latin language fluently and began to borrow, and they retained some Latin and borrowed some Arabic elements. And so Arab and Latin, or the Arab and Latin, are pretty much what Spanish is, or Castilian Spanish, and all the other derivatives from there, Portuguese and all that stuff came out of there. So yeah, the Spaniards are pretty much Romans that moved over there. So that's the point. So anyone that's speaks the Spanish language speaks a bastard tongue, regardless of what it is. It's a bastard European language. So
Yeah, so I see the point that y'all making. If y'all throwing all Hispanics into one, then I can see the point. Yeah, you're right because we do got white Hispanics and obviously throughout history whoop de whoop. But if you're kind of making distinctions, the natives, etc., history shows that there's always been revolts, mixture, etc., between natives and black people throughout all Latin America and the U.S.
no. We
So
don't do that at all. No, we had Jasper Younger that came over there, built the Black City in Mexico. We're fully aware of the admixture of the blacks and natives of the Isles that became that fell under that fell under the title of Hispanic. So we're not referring to them. Those being the same people. Those are the same people that
yeah,
fall into that category.
okay.
As far as the white or the real Spaniards, and the ones with Spaniard fathers, mestizos or whatever, those are the ones that you don't that they don't relate. They're not talking about them. They're outside of the box.
Okay, yeah, I get what y'all mean now.
Even though you have some about people that may pass for them, that regardless, down the line, there's Negro ancestry in their veins, but because they're light, they've been programmed to hate, color, the colorite, what do you call it, um, colorization or blanqueamiento, the whitening, something I forgot they say. I'm gonna use the
Yeah,
word something la raza,
yeah,
something
mejorar la
different.
raza. Yeah, I know what y'all
Yeah,
mean.
all of that came about, the whitening, so all that came about, that brainwashing. So, we're fully aware of that history as well. So we were, of course, we got along, but the history of us having a beef is biblical, going back thousands of years. And of course, when we got brought over here as slaves, that we got a bit of a reset, in terms of that hatred was kind of reset. But then once the white man came along and built these barriers of language barriers, color barriers, your hair is woolly, is nappy, they call it pelo malo, your hair is bad hair, and all other stuff. That's when the rich start all over again. So at the end of the day, the biggest division among us now really will be language, color. It's all basically, Europeanization, colonization. That's what it
So
boils
so
down to.
so when y'all say biblical beef, I'm assuming as in like in terms of like I guess those that colonized Latin America, the white Hispanics or the ones who were the what you just said, the Spaniard dad
Well,
and
If,
so
what I was
forth.
when I say biblical beef, what I mean is, that prior to the natives arriving to America, they were in Israel. The people, Native Americans on the side of the world that were here before anyone here with the Israelites, they were Israel, and they left our homeland. And they came over here to start a new life and start a whole new sleep because they were enslaved and conquered over there on the other side of the world. And when they got freedom, they decided to take that freedom and that as an opportunity to come over here and start anew and live peacefully. But over time, biblically speaking, they went into sin, went off, and then eventually the white man came over here and discovered them over here. Well, came over here. He didn't discover anything. He knew we were over here. Came over here and conquered us. And then when he after he conquered us in Africa, remember he took over Africa. He said his sights.
Did E leave? Did E leave the room?
Yeah, something is something could have happened possibly. Who was that?
It's probably his
Is
connection. Just give him a minute. He'll be back. But William, what was trying to explain to you that the names in the Bible, you don't see them in history today. And the Bible prophesies that the people of the book, Jeremiah 17, verse 4, get that for William. Do you read the Bible, William?
it's been a minute. I'm trying to get back, get back
Okay,
connected with God.
what
So
nationality are you?
I got fam from the DR, Honduras, and El Salvador.
What is your father?
And you said, what is my father?
What
He's from
nationality is your father?
the DR.
Okay, so the Dominican Republic, they have a heritage in the people of the Dominican Republic were placed there. You had people put on one side of the island. You had the people you call Haitians on one side and the people you call Dominican on the other side. Okay? Spanish speaking enslavers put you on one side of the island, and French and Creole speaking enslavers put what you call Haitian on the other side. You got to check the history and you got to check where you were before. In the Bible, your people will be the tribe of Simeon. They have a rich history in the Bible. So when you look at the 12 tribes, they were warring internally. And this is what the church don't teach. There was a split under King Solomon, and then they were fighting. They turned into two kingdoms. You had the kingdom of Judah and you had the kingdom of Israel. So when we say that the beef is biblical, you can start from there and you can see them fighting each other. And then you see the other nations enslaving them, changing them, and renaming them, as it says in Jeremiah 17, verse 4, reader.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 17, and verse 4. And thou, even thyself, shalt discontinue from thy heritage that
That's
I
why we don't
gave
know who
thee,
we are. God said we would lose our heritage that he gave us. Read on.
and I will cause thee to serve thy enemies.
Because enemies, when an enemy enslaves you, they change you and rename you. There's no power in calling yourself a Dominican. There's power in identifying as the God given name of Simeon, and they stole your identity. Just like you have white people calling themselves Jewish. They put the suffix ish, like blackish, bluish, brownish, grayish. They're saying they're like the Jews because they cannot prove that they are the Jews of the Bible. The Jews of the Bible were melanated. Okay, so for them to stay in power, they had to take that book and make us not look inside to find our identity. And then they manufactured something and gave it to us. Like for instance, you got black people saying that they're black American. America was named after a Spanish explorer, Amerigo Vespucci. We have no connection to him. Then the ones that understand that, they say, well, I'm African. I'm an African American. Africa was conquered by a white Roman general, Leo Scipius Africanus. So blacks and Hispanics, we don't know where we came from. That's why when Jesus Christ started his ministry in Matthew chapter 10, verse 5, listen to these instructions he gave, because he was talking to people who were enslaved. Read it, reader.
The book of Matthew, chapter 10, and verse 5. And these 12 Jesus sent forth, and commanded them, saying, Go not into the way of the Gentiles, and into any city of the Samaritans enter ye not, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
Keep going, reader, till I tell you to
And
stop.
as ye go,
Stop.
preach, saying, The kingdom of heaven is at hand.
Because there's kingdoms ruling now, but it's not the kingdom that God ordained. God chose the 12 tribes of Israel to rule the planet Earth, and we failed the mission. So he said the other nations will rise up and take away our power, our land, our heritage, our culture, and our identity. So that's who, by once you follow the instructions that was God was giving us in the historical account, because he spoke of four empires that will rise: the Babylonians, the Persians and the Medes, and the Greco-Roman Empire. America's an extension of ancient Rome, okay? And the Greeks. When the Greeks came into power, they did something different from all the empires. They said, this time when we take control of these people, we're going to change their God and we're going to make them look odd. So everything that we have now in the Bible, we kept our names, we kept our identities. But under the Greco-Roman Empire, because Rome fell in 193 AD, it rose in the 14th century, you can look it up. Everything I'm saying, you can fact check. When Rome rose up again, they formed the Roman Catholic Church. And what did they do? They manufactured a white image of Jesus Christ with blonde hair and blue eyes after a man named Cesare Borgia. You could listen a book In the Pillory and many other books. This is not something that's hard to find now. And with that power that they had of stealing the identity of the true Jews, the true Israelites, that's how they were to further white supremacy and dominate and colonize what you call Hispanics and Morenos today. At one time, we were connected and we were brothers. They broke that brotherhood. So you got to start in the Bible and see the brotherhood was broken up when we started to fight each other. We started to fight each other for control. And then these people came in and finished us off. So in this room, we go from the Bible and we look historically and we look prophetically. So that's why I only called you up to give you the perspective. There's no such thing as Dominican Republic. It was manufactured by Caucasians. There's no such thing as, hey, you got to think, how did that island get divided? Look at the history. They dropped the Haitian people on one side and they put the Europe people on the other side. Okay? And we can prove this. We got a lot of books. But moderator, I'll mute my mic.
Yes, sir. You understand that, William?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, yep, yep. So you said that you are Simeon?
I guess. Yeah. Yeah. That's what people say. So
Well, yeah,
According to the
because
Bible, according to the Bible, before you were called a Dominican, you were of the tribe of Simeon. The same thing with the Morenos here that was brought here. They're of the tribe of Judah. That's where you get Jew from. Judah was the tribes that you read where the Messiah came from. And watch this, watch this. One more thing. I'm gonna give it back to you. What color was the Egyptians, William? Historically, not according to what they're saying now. Do you know? Or do we lose them?
no, he's still here. Well, your mic is muted, William.
oh, my fault. I didn't even know y'all was talking. Asking me a question.
Yeah.
But what was the question?
What color was the ancient Egyptians?
If I'm going off of just history, I would say brown skin.
Yes, they were
Or
black. If you look at the
yeah.
hieroglyphs, the depiction, they were black. Moses passed for an Egyptian. Joseph, which was an Israelite, he was raised as an Egyptian. When you read about Songs of Solomon, chapter 1, verse 5, reader, listen to what it said about Solomon was a pivotal king in history, and look what it says. Read it, reader.
Book of Song of Solomon, chapter 1 and verse 5. I am black but comely, O ye daughters of Jerusalem, as the tents of Kedar, as the curtains of Solomon.
Kedar means dark skin. So I'm just giving you things to think about since this is your first time in the room. If you got Moses that passed for an Egyptian, who the Egyptians were dark skinned. You got Joseph, an Israelite, raised as an Egyptian. The Egyptians were dark skinned. You got King Solomon, the wisest king of the Israelites, saying, I am black but comely. This is where you start to unravel the lies. Why do we think that everything of the Bible is Caucasian? Okay, there's a rich history in there, including the rise and fall of your people and the rising again. So that's why we say it's biblical. All right, moderator, I'll mute my mic.
Yes, sir. That's why we say it's biblical, William.
Yeah, I understand now.
All right.
Respect, respect.
Hey, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I want to send Beyond God an invite because he's typing a lot of stuff, and I'm trying to understand. Um, did he take it? Did he come up?
Let
Send
me see.
send Beyond God an
No.
invite.
Okay, I'm looking for him now. I see Tabitha just
Yes, we
rejoined.
got
I'm trying to
porn.
talk, but it's not letting me talk here. I'm not sure if I'm shadow banned from the room or what.
No, we can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear. Just hold on 1 second, Tabitha.
I'm looking for. You said Dion God or Beyond God? Yeah, I see Beyond. Yeah, hey Beyond God, I'm sending you
He's
a.
got a goat's head for his thumbnail.
Right, right. Yeah, I just sent. We got a Satanist in the chat. This Satan can join him, the God of the Bible, if he so. Okay, I don't know what that means. So Beyond God, I just sent you a. I just sent you an invite. Accept the invite. Come on stage, and let's have a discussion.
If you don't take it, just kick him out the room so he can stop typing in the chat.
Okay, got you. All right, I'm gonna send you one more, but if you don't accept it, then you
Um,
heard what's happening.
Tabitha, you was trying to speak. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask the reader clarity. Can you reread that verse that is it I? Is that how you say it? Your name?
A
A1.
A1.
Oh,
A1. You said you was from where, Tabitha?
I live in Colombia, but I
Okay, the
wanted the
Colombian
reader to
people,
repeat the. Hold
the
on. I wanted the
Colombian,
reader. 1 second. I wanted the reader to repeat the verse, please.
it was Jeremiah 17 verse 4, the one that I gave him.
Yes, the one that he just read.
Okay, did they tell you, because you were here earlier, I was driving when you were talking. Did they tell you that the Colombian people are part of the 12 tribes of Israel?
Tell me about it, A1.
Yeah,
Yes,
she.
that's just a place. You have a nationality. You are a part of the 12 tribes of God. And that's what we're trying to explain to you guys in the room. Before you can know where you're going, you got to know where you came from. The people of Colombia, they are part of the 12 tribes. There's books that document this. And the reason why our Caucasian enslavers don't want you to know this is because it's going to disrupt history. The mystery is to distort history and to call you something else. It tells you in the Bible. Let's read that for again. Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 4. Read it again.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 17 and verse 4. And thou, even thyself, shalt discontinue from thy heritage that I gave thee. And I will cause thee to serve thy enemies in the land which thou knowest not.
So you got to look at who was your enemy and who enslaved and colonized the people there.
That
Okay.
wasn't the verse I wanted then, A1.
Which one?
There was another verse then, maybe the one before when
Paraphrase it.
you were talking
Song
about
of Solomon.
Moses. Can
Song of
y'all hear
Solomon.
me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
The one
Paraphrase
that
it.
you referenced Moses.
Song of
Oh,
Solomon.
I was explaining that Moses was raised as an Egyptian. Okay, they found him in the waters, and the Pharaoh's sister raised him as her own child.
No,
When he
I know.
grew up,
I just wanted him to reread it. There was something, a word that I wanted clarity. That's why I'm asking him to reread it.
I don't remember pulling any scriptures. Maybe it was one
It
of the
was the
other
Song of
speakers.
Solomon, sir.
No,
Yeah.
it
Song of
was that.
Solomon.
I think it's that one.
No,
Can
yeah,
you just
we
reread it?
didn't read it.
There was no. He said black but calmly. I think that's what he
Oh, you
said.
talking
No.
about Solomon? Get that? Songs of Solomon 1 verse 5. I was
Yes, sir.
showing that they telling us that the people of the Bible are white. Why does the king, the most wisest king, say this? Read it. Songs of Solomon 1 verse 5.
The Song of Solomon, chapter 1, verse 5. I am black, but comely, O ye daughters of Jerusalem, as the tents of Kedar, as the curtains of Solomon.
If you look up the word Kedar, it means dark skin. It's a Hebrew word for dark skin. Get chapter 5, verse 11. They give you more characteristics. Chapter 5, verse 11 of Songs of Solomon.
Song of Solomon, chapter 5, verse 11. His head is as the most fine gold.
Meaning the quality. You have 14 carat, 10 carat, 18, 24. Read on.
His locks are bushy and black as a raven.
So you have a man saying, I am black but comely, a dark-skinned man for the word kedar, and then it speaks about bushy black locks. So the reason why I bring these scriptures out is because we've been trained to believe that the people of the Bible are white. Where? Where is there a white Jesus in the Bible? The Bible says that Jesus' skin was the color of brass. It looked like he was burned in a furnace. Brass is the derivative of brown. Okay, it says that he had woolly hair. So where do we get this white guy with blonde hair and blue eyes? Just look at the Roman Catholic Church. It was manufactured in the 14th century. They got Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci to whitewash the art. I have books on it. If you get, there's a book, you could Google right now, Russian Icons by Vladimir Ivanov. It shows you the ancient artwork before the Roman Catholic Church. Everybody in those pictures are black. You got Nature Knows No Color Line by J.A. Rogers. It shows you the people that were ruling in England was black. The people that was ruling in Russia was black. The people that was ruling in Germany was black. You got the Voronoi. Okay, you could get that book right. You could Google right now, and it tells you about a Romanian monastery that's still standing today, that they put paintings on the outside from 11th century, 12th century, 13th century. The pictures are of black people. There's no black people in Romania now. It's primarily Caucasian. So the reason why I'm giving you evidence of these books, that you could, because you guys got smartphones, okay? I bought these books 25, 30 years ago when I started studying the Bible in like the early 90s. I'm in my 50s now. So the material I have, you couldn't find it on the internet. Now it's on the internet. Okay, so this stuff is not hard to find. As I speak, you can fact check it. Google the Black Madonna. Okay, a depiction. It's a gold encrusted painting where it shows Christ and his mother black. There was never no such thing as white images of the people of the Bible until the 14th century during the Renaissance period, when they got the famous painters Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci to whitewash the art. Okay, the image we have of God in the clouds with the finger of God touching another white man's finger, that's in the Sixtine Chapel. Okay, that was created by the Roman Catholic Church, the same people that enslaved you in Colombia, the same people that changed El Salvador, changed Puerto Rico, and named them a rich port. You Puerto Ricans, I live in New York. And now that I have this understanding of the Bible, I asked them, why do you call yourself a rich port? 99% of them have no clue that they were robbed of their riches by conquistadors, conquerors. Okay, and like I said before, if this book only costs $13, you could buy it online. A short account of the destruction of the Indies by Bartoloma de las Casas, and he describes the atrocities and the places where the Spanish explorers came and conquered and changed you, renamed you, and claimed you. So most of the people that's Hispanic, you're holding on to an identity that was given unto you. Why do I say that? Why do I say that? Why do I say that? Let's think about Malcolm X. He was in the street, he was being all type of evil things, and then he came into spirituality and he realized that everything that his life revolved about around an American slave identity. So that's why he got rid of the last name Little. His original name is Malcolm Little, and he called himself Malcolm X because he realized when he did research that all the last names of Morenos or black people, we got it from white people. Jack's son, Robin's son, Peter's son, David's son. They called us their children. So it's no different from you people that call yourself Hispanic and you talk about Latin pride or Hispanic pride. Your language, you guys are claiming a language. Okay? Spanish,
Okay,
that's
one
one
that
thing.
wasn't my point. My question was about the verse, but I appreciate that
Yes,
explanation.
well, if
There
it's
was a
not you,
word, one
somebody
second.
else
There
that's
was a
listening
word
will be educated. Maybe you
that's
don't care about it,
it's
but I'm
not that I don't
educating the
care.
other
I had a
audience.
question about the verse,
When I
about a word
answered
that he
you,
said
I
in the
gave it to
Bible
you.
verse.
I hope that that was enough for you, but there's more to just that verse. You're not the only people here. It's 900 people listening. There's people in the chat,
No problem.
and
Buenas noches.
they're
Gracias.
happy, and they're happy for the information that I'm disseminating. So that's why I'm going to keep bringing it out. Um, so you people, you need to know this history, especially you people that call yourself Latino or Hispanic. Y'all want to hold on to a culture and a heritage that was given to you by Caucasian people. The same way niggas in America talk about American pride or foundational black Americans. That's all names that they gave you in replace of calling you a nigger. So it's no different in the Hispanic community. They want to hold on to, they wave the Puerto Rican flag or the Colombian flag or the Venezuelan flag, and the people that gave you that identity, they still rule over you. So Christ said in John chapter 8, verse 32, reader,
The book of John, chapter 8 and verse 32. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Christ said when you learn the truth, that's when you're free. Because they took the physical chains off of us, but they still have control of our minds. So they have us engulfed in something that does not benefit us. Like for instance, when I was growing up in New York, I heard people say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud, or speak about black power. Here we are now in 2025. This is what I was hearing in the 70s as a little kid. What power do black people have today? They have no power. And when they enforce their power, it's to hurt other black people. They don't have no banking system. They don't have no military. They don't have a voice in politics. They don't have a judicial system that caters to them or gets them justice. But they want to believe in their mind in a color and an identity that was given to them that it can benefit them. When what you need is what God gave you from the beginning. God gave you the identity as an Israelite. That's where your power lies. But you want to live in lies. Okay? Your power lies in what God gave you. But you want to live in lies that can't save you. Moderator, I'll mute my mic. Do what you like. Moderator, what's going on?
Hey, moderator, you there? Moderator.
Moderator, you can hear me?
Looks like he dropped off. All right, let's keep
Ibuka,
it going here.
moderate.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, looks like we got Baltimore Brews, Baltimore Brews. You on stage? Baltimore. All right, let's.
Hello,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey,
how you
what you got on
doing?
the topic? I'm doing all right. How you doing?
No, I came a little late, so I was, you know what I mean, still listening to the brother speak.
Okay.
So I
Okay.
was
So what
still,
you pick up? What'd you pick up?
as far as them mentioning about, dark skinned Hebrews and Solomon, I never knew about that. I always knew about Revelations chapter 1, where they describe, Jesus' skin being bronze and his head being woolly. But I never knew they mentioned, black people in the Song of Solomon.
Hey, watch this. Being that sparked your interest, I'm going to show you something even more profound than that. Go to Genesis chapter 21, verse 25.
Yes, sir. The book of Genesis, chapter 21.
You sound low, Ibuka.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Genesis chapter 21 and verse 25. And Abraham reproved Abimelech because of the well of water which Abimelech's servants had violently taken away. And Abimelech said, I want not who have done this thing, neither didst thou tell me,
Hey,
neither yet.
I'm sorry. Uh, where you reading from?
Genesis 21. Genesis 25, sir?
25, 21.
Yes, sir. Genesis chapter 25, verse 21. And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife because she was barren.
So they was
And the
having
Lord,
sex, and she couldn't get pregnant, so he asked God to get his wife pregnant. Because God decides when a life comes into the world, and when nobody just has a baby. God is the one that decides when that life comes into the world. Read on.
and the Lord was entreated of him, and Rebekah his wife conceived.
So Rebecca got pregnant. Read on.
And the children struggled together within her.
So we know she had twins. And it was a bad pregnancy because it describes the children fighting inside of her. Read on.
And she said, if it be so, why am I thus?
So she started to question her pregnancy. You still with me, Baltimore?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay. She said, if it be so from God, why am I thus? Read on.
And she went to inquire of the Lord.
So she wanted to ask God, what's going on? My husband asked me to get pregnant. Now I'm pregnant by your grace, and this pregnancy is horrible. Read on.
And the Lord said unto her, two nations are in thy womb,
Each child was going to bring forth a nation. Read on.
and two manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels.
They would not be identical twins, they would be fraternal twins. Identical mean they both the same, they both talk the same, both walk the same, everything. God said no. These twins are going to be fraternal. They will not be the same. They will be different from each other. Read on.
And the one people shall be stronger than the other people,
One is going to be more powerful than the other one. Read on.
and the elder shall serve the younger.
And the first one to come out is going to be a servant to the other one. Read on.
And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb.
So now it's the due date. Baby's coming out. Read on.
And the first came out red, all over like an hairy garment. And they called his name Esau.
So the first baby, they called him Esau. Read on.
And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob.
So she named one baby Esau, one baby Jacob. Read on.
And Isaac was 80 old when she bare them.
A score is 20. So three scores is 60. Okay, so he was 60 years old when these babies came. You follow me, Baltimore?
I'm listening.
Don't mute your mic. I want to ask you a question. I
Okay.
want you to describe these babies to me. Do we need to read it again, or were you paying attention?
Well,
Or
I know they said Esau was red, but I didn't hear the description of Jacob too well.
you ever wonder why they didn't give you the description of Jacob? They only told you about the red child.
No, I never
Because the other child, there was no reason to describe him. He was black like everybody else. But this is the first time that a red baby came on the earth, and his name was Esau. A race of people came from Esau. When you read Genesis chapter 36, verse 1, read that, reader.
The book of Genesis, chapter 36, and verse 1. Now these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom.
The race of people that came out of Esau is called Edom, Edomites. They never ever in church mention who the Edomites are. Okay? Is this your first time hearing about the Edomites, Baltimore?
yes, this is.
Okay, so watch this, watch this, watch this. Because people think we just a bunch of niggas reading the Bible in this room. Ibuka, you got your Zondervan Bible dictionary?
Yes, sir.
Okay? I want you to have Edom ready for me after we read this. God spoke about the Edomites that came from Esau in Malachi chapter 1, verse 1. Okay? And all of you should write this down and go back and ask your pastor, ask other people who read the Bible, ask them to explain this to you. Because, like I said, people come in this room, they come late at night, and they think we just a bunch of ignorant niggas reading the Bible. We know more than most Bible people, scholars, T.D. Jakes, Creflo Dollar, Geno Jennings, Jamal Bryant. You pick your top biblical scholar, and I bet you they don't know this here. Read it, Malachi 1, verse 1.
Malachi chapter 1, verse 1. The burden of the word of the Lord to Israel by Malachi.
So a burden is something that's bothering you. God had something, a burden that was bothering him, and he used the prophet Malachi to speak to his people, the Israelites. Read on.
I have loved you, saith the Lord.
So God tells the Israelites, I love you. Read on.
Yet ye say, wherein hast thou loved us?
But the Israelites felt they were in love because God punished them the entire Old Testament. They were in and out of slavery. The Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Assyrians, the Persians, the Medes, and then in the New Testament, the Greco-Roman Empire has them as slaves. Read on.
Was not Esau Jacob's brother?
So he takes us all the way back to Genesis and says, look, remember Esau was Jacob's brother. Read on.
Saith the Lord. Yet I loved Jacob, and I hated Esau.
Wait. You read that wrong because in church they say God don't hate. Read it again,
Was
please.
not was not Esau Jacob's brother, saith the Lord? Yet I loved Jacob, and I hated Esau.
So, Baltimore, you ever knew that God has people that he hates before tonight?
No, this is the first time I heard that one.
Okay, watch this. It's going to get better. It's going to get better. Trust me. This is going to change your life. When you look at the world, you're going to look at things differently and you're going to see why they hid this book from us. Read it again, reader.
I have loved you, saith the Lord. Yet ye say, wherein hast thou loved us? Was not Esau Jacob's brother, saith the Lord? Yet I loved Jacob, and I hated Esau, and laid his mountains and his heritage waste for the dragons of the
So it
wilderness.
tells you that Esau came from the mountains and from the wilderness. He said he laid it a wasteland. Read on.
Whereas Edom saith,
So their response to God, the Edomite nation's response to God is, read on.
we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places.
They said God didn't give us nothing, but we're going to build things, build from the desolation that God put us in. Read on.
Thus saith the Lord of hosts,
But this is
they
what
shall
God says. God says this to them, saying that they're going to build. Read on.
they shall build, but I will throw down,
God said whatever they build, he's going to throw it down. Read on.
and they shall call them the border of
He
wickedness.
said these people, the Edomites, are the border. That's the beginning of wickedness. Read on.
And the people
The who?
against whom, and the people,
The people now, because it told you Esau, but people came out of them called the Edomites. Read on.
and the people against whom the Lord hath indignation forever.
God says he's going to hate them forever, Baltimore. Okay? Because the churches don't teach you that. God says he's going to hate these people forever. He said they're the border of wickedness. It tells you that they come from the mountains, and it tells you that they're red. Who would you try to equate that to today if you was trying, Baltimore?
A European.
You damn right. The word Caucasian means cave dwellers. They dwelt in mountains. Okay, so this is why they won't read this in church. This is the Caucasian race. That baby you read about in Genesis chapter 25, 21 was the first Caucasian person to come into the world. And a race of people came out of them called Edomites. And God said he hated them. Okay, so I'm not making this up. I'm showing you something. And this is what made me mad, Baltimore. A nigga will come in this room running their mouth and they don't know what they talking about. And they never heard this before, ever. And before they go and research it, They start bumping their gums like they know something and trying to dismiss it. But I got something for them, Baltimore. Reader, get your Zondervan Bible Dictionary and read Edom for Baltimore.
This is the Zondervan Compact Bible Dictionary, page 142.
So this is what the
Edom.
scholars say. This is not me, Baltimore. The scholars searched the Bible and look at the conclusion that they came to about these. Let's say you don't believe that they're Europeans. Let's say you don't know who they are. This is what the scholar says about them. Read on.
Edom figures prominently in the prophetic scriptures as the scene of future judgment.
Okay, the
She is
Bible
the
says that all the prophetic scriptures, meaning in the future, it hasn't happened yet, they're going to have great future judgment. Every time God speaks about them, he says something bad is going to happen to them in the future. Read on.
she is the only nation, she is the only neighbor of the Israelites who was not given any promise of mercy from God.
God said he's not going to have mercy on them. When you read all the scriptures where they're mentioned in the Bible, everything is bad. Everything is bad. So even with the topic that we're bringing up about black and Hispanic beef is biblical, they are instigating the black and Hispanic beef. Okay? They took advantage of the biblical historical account and they spend it so that it benefits them now. And that's why before you can find out where you're going, you got to know where you came from. Okay? There are people that God says he don't like them. He says that they're the border of wickedness and he's going to hate them forever. Okay? So what that got to do with what we're talking about? Because they're in a position of superiority on this earth because they stole the identity of God's chosen people. They enslaved you, changed you, and renamed you, then shamed you. Where you black women, you're ashamed of your blackness. You're ashamed of your hair. You bleach your skin. You put blonde hair in your head. And you believe that everything white is right. And if you too black, stay black. So that's what it got to do with the conversation that we're having. Okay, the same people that you look up to and you love and you think that they're better because white is right and black stay back, God hates them. So that's the context of what I'm showing you in the Bible. The people that God says he hates and he's going to destroy them in the future because the scholars back what I'm saying. He said they're the scene of great future judgment because when you read the last book of the Bible, known as Armageddon, it's a worldwide war. Christ told us before he died, nation shall rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom. There shall be wars and rumors of wars. Who's the shit starter of all the nations? These Europeans. Who's bombing the Gaza Strip right now and killing babies, killing women, killing children? These same people. Okay? So I'm taking you there. I'm taking you in and out of history so that this Bible is not a mystery. You understand me, Baltimore?
I got you.
Okay? So that's the purpose of why we have this room and why we put focus and emphasis on who the Israelites are. Because when Christ started his ministry, he didn't align himself with the church because the church was being ruled by Rome. I'm going to prove it to you. I'm going to prove it to you. I'm going to prove it to you. Get John chapter 11, verse 45. The black church, the Pharisees, Sadducees, and scribes were black people, and they were ruled over by white people. You have black sellouts. The same way you got niggas in America that are sellouts now because of the benefits that America has to offer them. It was no different in the Bible. Read it.
The book of John, chapter 11, verse 45. Then many of the Jews which came to Mary and had seen the things which Jesus did believed on him.
Because he was performing miracles. So people said, this got to be the Son of God. Read on.
But some of them went their ways to the Pharisees and
Because you
told
had
them,
you had coon sellouts that was with the church. The same way you got niggas packing the church on Sunday and they believe in white man Jesus. Like Kanye West, you see him with the Jesus piece. You see all these black rappers with the cross with a white man on it. Okay, they don't care. Their allegiance is to the fake God that white America gave us, and they don't want to hear the truth. That's why Christ said, "Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free." Any black person walking around with a crucifix with a white man on it, you uphold white supremacy. Read again,
But some of them went their ways to the Pharisees and told them what things Jesus had done.
because there was black coon sellout spies. So they would report it to the Pharisees, and look what the Pharisees said. Read it.
Then gathered the chief priest and the Pharisees a council and said, "What do we? For this man doeth many miracles."
They wasn't happy he was performing miracles, feeding the masses, giving people back their eyesight, letting crippled people walk, heal that woman that was bleeding for 18 years. They was not happy about that. They said, "What are we going to do about this guy?" Read on.
If we let him thus alone,
If we
all
leave him,
men,
if we leave him to continue engaging the people like that and performing these miracles, this is what they was worried about. Read on.
all men will believe on him.
They didn't want people to believe on Jesus Christ when he walked the earth. Why? Read on.
And the Romans shall come and take away both our place and nation.
Because they wanted to please the white Romans that were ruling over them. The same way these niggas, pastors you see today, they want to please the American government that's ruling over them. So that's why they're in church on Sunday telling you everything's going to be all right now. Turn to your neighbor and say, God is good all the time. That's a lie, Baltimore. God is not good all the time. In the beginning of the Bible, he drowned everybody on the face of the planet Earth. He sent floods. He sent storms. He sent famine. He sent a whole bunch of things he did where you cannot say he's good all the time. So what we're telling you to do is look at the Bible through God's eyes and not man's lies. That's how you rise. Great destruction is coming again in the last book of the Bible. It's called Armageddon, a great day of judgment, where it says the earth is going to be on fire. And the people are going to die because they listen to liars. You're going to die by fire because you follow a liar. There's nowhere in the Bible that says Roman Catholic or Methodist or Baptist or Jehovah's Witness or Seventh-day Adventist, Protestant, Lutheran, Mormon, or Calvinism, apologists. That's all bullshit being taught in the pulpit. And it's to keep black people and Hispanic people dumb. Okay? What we did in this room, we did research. I read the Bible from cover to cover. And what you'll discover is you've been lied to. There's no religion in the Bible. You have a heritage, an identity, and a nationality. And God warned us in Jeremiah 17, verse 4. Read it again for Baltimore.
This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 17 and verse 4. And thou, even thyself, shalt discontinue from thy